Mr. Moss.
Here.
Ms. Jordan. Here. Mr. Seidel.
Here.
You have 7 members present.
Okay. Will you all rise, please, for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, I'd like to state that for the record, we have a very big agenda tonight, and when it arrives, you'll see that it's 5 pages long. And so I'd also like to say that tonight's agenda is really a culmination of months and months of work by the administration and the council and mayor. We are approaching the end of the fiscal year, and many things are coming to a conclusion this evening. So we'll move right along. When we get to the consent agenda, we're going to break it up a little bit because it's quite lengthy. But at this point, we have a resolution, a joint resolution from the mayor and council. And Mayor Lawrence, I think you're going to handle this in recognition of Parks and Recreation Month. And we have members of the, Mr. Block and members of the Parks and Recreation Board in attendance, I believe.
Yes, we do.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor.
Good evening. And good evening to council and viewing public tonight. Part of the quality of life in our great city comes from our Parks and Rec program. Many of you know that we actually have a millage that we pay in our taxes to ensure that we have Parks and Rec facilities. Many of them that we use, and don't think twice about it, all of our public parks. You know, I'm doing my mayor's walk just at our beautiful Eagle Nook. Our pool, is it open? Yeah. Yes. Our pool is open for the summer now. Our baseball diamonds, our facility skating rinks, the beach woods where we have basketball, and all those things add to the quality of life. And people look at those when they're trying to decide what city works for them. And so the month of July has been dedicated to Parks and Recreation Month in the state of Michigan. And I am proud to say with our council president and council that we are very proud of our Parks and Rec, and would like to say, whereas public parks and recreational systems are dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for millions of residents and communities around the world through recreational programming, leisure activities, and conservation efforts. Not to mention our Carpenter Lake Park is part of the Parks and Rec system as well. And whereas parks and recreation activities and leisure experiences provide opportunities for young people, as well as seniors, to live, grow, and develop into contributing members of society, create lifelines and continuous life experience for older members of the community, generate opportunities for people to come together and experience a sense of community and pay dividends to communities by attracting businesses and jobs and increasing housing values. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the mayor and the council of the city of Southfield, county of Oakland, state of Michigan, do hereby proclaim July 2013 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Southfield, and all are encouraged to celebrate healthy, active lifestyles by participating in their choices of recreation and park activities. And be it further resolved that we, the mayor and the city council, convey our collective thanks and appreciation to the national, state, and community organizations that work in the parks and recreation industry. And we especially thank and recognize our own outstanding Parks and Recreation Department and staff. The citizens of Southfield also extend their thanks and appreciation to the administration and staff of the Southfield Parks and Recreation Department for their outstanding outstanding contributions to the quality of life of our residents. And this is signed by all council members and myself, the mayor, and I just want to say thank you so much. Our president couldn't be here, so our vice president's here, and I'd like to say something.
Yes, Madam Mayor, as well as City Council members, others in attendance, City Clerk, and our full administration, we'd like to thank you for giving us an opportunity to have another year where July is Parks and Recreation Month. We would like to also thank you for acknowledging the work that we've done. Appreciate your support.
Would you, Mayor, would you introduce the members of the commission that are here?
I'm Ron Roberts. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Ron Roberts. This is Delbert Gray, and we have Calvin Runs.
And also, we're here with our acting director. Would you please come forward?
Good evening, Council. I just want to reiterate what Mr. Roberts said. We appreciate the recognition on behalf of the residents of the city of Southfield as well as the staff. Thank you for the opportunity to serve, and we look forward to seeing you all out there, and hopefully everybody will have a happy and safe summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Blanc, while you're at the microphone, I thought maybe you'd say something about the event you have coming up on the 26th.
Kind of caught me flat-footed on that one, Council President, which
your summer fun fest?
that we're very excited to be looking for. Jen, who stated, does an excellent job. They'll be out in the front yard. There'll be tons of activities, very family-oriented. Multiple departments are participating, police, fire, and we look forward to seeing you all out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Never miss an opportunity to promote.
Sure. You're right.
Okay. Next we have presentation for the Beautification Council of Southeastern Michigan. And Mayor, is this yours as well?
Does Mr. Storm?
Oh, okay. I see Jerry Stone, longtime member of Keep Michigan Beautiful, and Gloria Kennedy, who started Keep Southfield Beautiful 50 years ago in the audience, and Mary Carlock, our landscape architect, as well as Mrs. Stone. Mr. Stone, how are you?
Very well, thank you. City Council, Mayor, other officials right here. I'll try to keep this brief because I know you have a busy schedule. I'm condensing perhaps about a 45-minute speech that I gave 3 weeks ago in Southfield at Plum Hollow, where the Beautification Council of Southeastern Michigan held its 50th anniversary banquet. About 100 people were in attendance, and the purpose of this was just to recognize long membership in the council of up to 50 years. I'm proud to say that City of Lakewood Village was considered a charter member together with Southfield, and both of us are very active in the council now and in the past. We gave a background, and just briefly, I think it's interesting to mention that I was a city administrator at that time, and we were very active in the beautification, cleanup, and that kind of work in the communities, as everyone around us. And a call went out in the middle of 1963 to come down to a meeting in Detroit, an organizational meeting, 25 communities attended at the Veterans Memorial Building, and we organized. And I was elected the first treasurer, and I remained as such for 45 years, and then changed my hat a little bit, and last 2 years I'm president of Beautification Council. Now, we organized, I left the building, I went to get my car, and the department attendant was a little agitated, and I said, "What's wrong?" He said, "Well, didn't you hear the president was shot?" I said, "The president was shot, is he dead?" He says, "I don't know." And I said, "Where?" "In Dallas, Texas." So at that time, as now, I like to say to our council, the city was very frugal, and it didn't spend any money on a radio for the city car. So I drove home, took a half an hour, not knowing what was happening in the country, whether we're under attack or whatever, but I found out about it, and from that point on, it started a very busy and interesting period of time in that tragedy right there. But also, our council was born then and continued. I want to say this, that Gloria Kennedy was there with me on that day, and she was the second president of the council, representing our area and also Southfield. And Gloria and I are the only one alive from that particular meeting. It's got to be over 50 years. This is right here. Anyway, to shorten this, we gave a lot of nice souvenir and gifts at the banquet, and one of the highlights that I was very proud of was this history book right here. And it took a year in the making, and it was rather expensive. We ordered 200, it cost us $2,000. And it was a history that was short on words, just the necessary parts of them, but long on pictures. We had over 150 colored pictures, and in the beginning, we did have two pictures showing the city of Southfield and also the city of Lathrop Village, where we went to Washington and we picked up our awards in the National Cleanest Town Conference. So I think that's pretty significant that from early days on, this area was very, very active in this work. Now, through here, I totaled the mentions, and Southfield is mentioned 15 times, Lathrop is mentioned 18 times, but I told my council just tonight, I said, I operate on the basis of the golden rule. And where'd you get that? I said that long ago when Coleman Young came out to Southfield and was discussing, it wasn't any negotiations or anything. He said he operates on the basis of the golden rule. And we were discussing water rates because the suburbs wanted to get fair treatment in what we were paying to the city of Detroit. And Coleman Young was sort of tough at that time on us. The golden rule, what is that? He says, if you have the gold, you make the rules. So similar, I'm publisher of this. I didn't take a backseat in promoting the city of Lathrop Village and the city of Southfield in a lot of these pictures, as you will see. Right here, two things that I want to mention is the centerpiece. The centerpiece are 36 pictures of entrance signs of communities, and you get a good cross-section of many of our members right here. Generally, we have around 50 members. We operate on the basis of meeting 4 times a year, quarterly meetings. Lathrop has been sponsors and host of the meetings many times, as has Southfield. And I think that's about it. And what we did to recognize these communities was to hand out a very attractive plate. And in your lobby there, you saw a copy of this that was 10 years ago, was given at the St. Clair Inn for our 40th anniversary. So this makes a very lovely addition to it. Now, at that time, 10 years ago, we printed in this ceramic plate the name of each community that got the award. Well, the prices sort of tripled, and we weren't able to afford this. At the 25th anniversary that was held in Latham Village, we handed out silver coins, 1 ounce of silver, to everyone in attendance. And even at that time, we used up all of our budget. Now, certainly, they can't give out gold coins at this time. So what we did give out gold coins, but they were the gold-covered chocolates to everybody. So we tried to do the best we could. But I will say, while she's here, sitting there, I had my staff develop this colorful insect, which has a lot of flowers, a lot of trees, a lot of water, a lot of sky and everything. And they said, you can't have the names, but you can have anything you want to in that full color. I said, good, that's great, and this is what came of it. So I want to make this presentation to the mayor. And then, in addition to that, what I want to do in closing, I have 2 things I want to give to the council. I'll give you each a copy of the booklet, the history book, and also 50th anniversary pen, and this is a calendar pen. So when you pull it out, it has a calendar for 2013 and for 2014.
I want to make just a few remarks. Mayor Lawrence mentioned tonight about separate millage for the library, parks, and recreation. Back in 1963, there was a taxpayers' league against any new taxes for the city. The weekend before, we had an election that was approved by the council to put a parks, recreation, separate millage, and a separate one for the library. And unfortunately, the weekend before the election, the Taxpayers League and the mayor came out with a letter. We don't need any more parks, we don't need any separate millage for the library, and it went down. That's how Keep Southfield Beautiful got organized. A group of us were so upset with that, we decided we've got to do something. So we said we have to have a name. So Alan Harlan was a naturalist, and when he had his office in Detroit, he landscaped his own boulevard, on Grand Boulevard. So we got him, and Dr. English was there at the meeting when we presented the whole idea of Keep Southfield Beautiful. Well, parts of Dr. English was so impressed, he named teachers at each school, and we were to involve the students. There was apathy with the subdivisions as there is today, except when we have an appreciation dinner, they show up. And Nancy Mulcahy Banks was part of our youth group, along with Ken Cyber, and Sid Lant worked on way back when. So we're proud that that millage went through that second time. So we have everybody that attended, the youth, and especially the teachers that worked with us, our appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank the organization, and we appreciate this and the hard work and vision that you have, and thank you for what you do. Thank you.
I would just add that the council and mayor and city administration put a great emphasis on curb appeal, and it's an organization such as this that helps us maintain high standards in our appearance and with gardening and just keeping our city attractive, so we appreciate it. And I remember back in the 60s when Gloria Kennedy called me, it wasn't a question whether I was going to help. She was telling me, this is what I need, and she's a great organizer, and we appreciate that, Gloria, and Jerry, all your years of service as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, next we have minutes to approve. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the regular meeting of April 22nd, 2013, and the committee of the whole meeting for April 29th, 2013.
It's been moved by Mr. Frazier, supported by Ms. Jordan, to approve the minutes of April 22nd and April 29th. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. All right, next we're going to go to the consent agenda. And as I said earlier, we have 18 items on our consent agenda this evening. That's rather lengthy, but once again, this agenda represents months of work on the part of council and the administration. And many of these things have been reviewed at earlier meetings by council. So tonight, we are in the process of approving them. Before I introduce the consent agenda, we have, is there any council member who would like to have something pulled? Hearing none, then I'll move forward. And normally I would introduce the whole consent agenda at once, but because there are 18 items, I'm going to break it up into three portions so that it's easier for the audience as well as council and including the folks at home to follow along. So first we're going to take items A through E. The first item, 5 items, involve the continuation of existing contractual relationships for goods and services that have met the test of time over the years and are recommended to be approved for the next fiscal year. These items will come out of the 2013-14 budget. Item A, this is a request from the library to continue purchasing audiovisual materials from Midwest Tape of Ann Arbor. This is for a 2-year period beginning July 1st and the annual amount of $68,000. This represents a decrease, of 46% from the previous annual amount, which included startup costs to build the original collection. Item B is approval to purchase databases and other library services from the Library Network, which is a cooperative of 65 Southeast Michigan libraries. This request is for $29,000 annually for the next 2 years, and this item represents a 40% decrease from the previous annual amount, reflecting the reconfiguration of certain databases and internet connectivity combined with price decreases of certain databases as they mature. Item C is the approval for the library to purchase online cataloging services and databases and to continue to receive interlibrary loan delivery services from the Midwest Collaborative for Library Services, headquartered in Lansing, Michigan. The annual amount requested is $28,600, which represents 65% decrease from the previous annual amount due to the elimination or reconfiguration of certain databases and a significant reduction in prices as databases mature. Item D is an extension of the existing contract for the Golf Pro and related services at our 2 golf courses with no change in the terms or conditions of the contract for the period from July 1st, 2013 to March 31st, 2014. And item E is approval of a 2-year contract for the city of Southfield to continue to provide fire and life support services as well as police and fire dispatch services to the city of Laker Village. This is is a long-standing, mutually beneficial contractual relationship that we have with labor. The current annual fees of $573,242 for fire and life support services, plus $51,431 for police and fire dispatch services have been reviewed by the Southfield City staff and are recommended to remain unchanged for the 2-year period beginning July 1st, 2013. So I will take a motion at this point to approve consent agenda items A through E.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Perkowski, supported by Mr. Moss. All those in favor?
Can I make a comment before?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight that our city librarian is here, Dave Ewick, and I just want to commend his hard work, the hard work of the library board. Each item that's before us is a significant decrease in the services that they've asked for support for last year. And especially in a budget crunch like this, I think that's worth noting, that they are being realistic with the economic times and trying to budget properly and keep that library going.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we're going to move on to the next 8 items on our consent agenda. This is items F through M, and most concern public works, roads and water systems, and neighborhood services. Item F is a continued expediting of a much-needed water main project for Section 31. This is the very southwest corner of the city, having some of the oldest water and sewer system infrastructure in the entire city. Some of it's 50, 60 years old. By earmarking $6.85 million in available, by earmarking $6.85 million in available 2012-13 this year water and sewer fund assets to begin immediate work on this capital project. Again, that's coming out of this year's budget, not next. This item was reviewed by council on June 3rd and advanced to this meeting. Item G is for the approval of an agreement with MDOT for the resurfacing of 9 Mile Road from Greenfield to Northwestern Highway with a total project cost of $1.5 million, $1.1 million or 77% will be federally funded, and $347,000 or 23% will be the responsibility of city agencies. These funds are provided for this purpose in the 2012-13 Major Streets budget. This item was also reviewed at the June 3rd study session. Some of the fund here, I would note, is funds are coming from the Downtown Development Authority. Item H is scheduling on a July 29th public hearing to review the 2013-14 Community Development Block Grant funds proposed as our annual action plan. The action plan was reviewed on June 3rd. I would also note here that normally we do this earlier in the spring, but this year we had a delay from the federal government in being notified as to how many funds would be available to Southfield. So this is going to take place on July 29th if it's approved this evening. Item I is a bid award in the amount of $120,000 to East Jordan Iron Works of Oak Park, Michigan for next year's purchases of fire hydrants, castings, and valves that are used in all new construction and to repair existing hydrants. This figure is flat to last year's amount with funding provided from the 2013-14 water and sewer budget. Item J is an award to bid to HD Supply Waterworks, Canton, Michigan, in the amount of $126,119 for water main installation and repair parts for the water and sewer department. This represents an increase of 5% over last year's authorization, reflecting higher unit prices for brass and copper. The funds are provided for this purpose in the 2013-14 water and sewer budget. Both of these items are usually annual requests that we approve. Item K is for the purchase of a replacement brush chipper in the amount of $49,011 with funding provided from the 2013-14 motor pool budget. This bid award price is 15% below the budget for this item. Item L is the annual appointment of a city representative and an alternate to the Southeastern Open County Water Authority, or SOCWA, and we're asking to appoint, or being asked to appoint Deputy City Administrator Fred Zorn as our representative, with Lee Schultz, our Assistant City Engineer, as the alternate. And item M is the authorization of the city to join the the Open County Home Consortium. This would provide an additional source of loans to our homeowners for major repairs or home improvements. This program was reviewed by council on June 3rd study session. There was no cost to join. I would also note that if this is approved, it does not go into effect for until a year from now in July. So, at this point, I will take a motion to approve consent agenda items F through M. Been moved by Ms. Jordan, supported by Mr. Frazier. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Okay, we're going to move on to the final 5 items in our consent agenda, and these have to do with professional services, and also these were reviewed at an earlier meeting. Item N is the continuation of audit services from Plant and Moran of Southfield, Michigan for the audit of fiscal years ending June 30th, 2013, 2014, 2015. This is based upon the City Council's high level of satisfaction with their services, including involvement in the city's long-range financial planning process and their willingness to hold fees flat to existing levels for the next 3 years. This subject was reviewed by council at their June 10th study session. Funding is in the amount of $189,536 is provided for this purpose in next year's budget. And in future year budgets. Item O is approval for to seek proposals for cable television needs assessment study. This is necessary to prepare for our franchise agreement renewal process, much like all of the major networks, radio and television stations have to go before the FCC to have their licenses renewed. Our cable television has to have its agreement renewed, and that's coming up in March of 2014. So we are looking to do a needs assessment study, and this is authorization to seek that study for someone to conduct it. Item P is the approval of the right-of-way easement agreements necessary to move forward with planned reconstruction of Evergreen Road in 2014. Item Q is the continuation of services from Geographic Information Services, or GIS, of Farmington Hills for a 3-year period beginning July 1st, 2013. This request is based on a high level of satisfaction with past services and the role of this service provider has played in the development of the city's award-winning geographic information system. The access it provides the city to 150 systems, specialists nationwide, and favorable terms offered, which includes a first-year fee that is flat to existing levels of $193,000, with a modest 2% increase in year 2, and then held flat for year 3. Funds are provided in the 2013-14 budget for this purpose, and will be also provided obviously in future budgets and the years going forward. This was reviewed at the June 10th study meeting. Item R is authority to earmark $125,000 in the approved 2012-13 motor pool budget for the plant purchase of a replacement Zamboni, which is, I think everybody knows what a Zamboni is, but if you don't, it's the machine that takes care of the ice in the ice arena, and the upgrading of other ice program-related equipment necessary for the planned expansion of our ice arena program. This purchase is currently under research in the Parks and Recreation Department and will be presented back to council for consideration within 60 days. I need a motion, but I understand Mr. Lance has a question.
Yes, CAO question.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay,
This is on the cable television needs assessment.
yes,
Your question?
yes. The question is that why do we need a needs assessment study when the cable companies are supposed to pay all the expenses of the cable?
This has to do with, the money would come from our fees that we collect from AT&T and Comcast. And this has to, this is a requirement of the federal government. In order to receive our PEG, maintain a PEG channel, that's public, educational, and government, which City Cable 15 is, we need to have a needs assessment study provided. There are funds in the budget that from the cable franchise fees to pay for this. It will not come out of our general fund.
But there will not be any money coming from the taxpayers.
No, this does not come from our general fund.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. President,
That's a good question. Mr. Frazier?
I move that we approve consent agenda items CAN, O, P, Q, and I.
Support. All right. Second, I'm sorry, Mr. Moss is second. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, and we've got through our consent agenda. Yes, Ms. Burke?
There's one item that we approved this evening, and it's a consent agenda item, M, as it relates to the open home consortium agreement with the city of Southfield. And I know it doesn't begin until next year, but I through the chair to Mr. Charette, if we could really have a big emphasis and a great PR and marketing to the residents of this community, because this is a great program that offers some guidance, counseling, relief for those residents that may be facing foreclosure and difficulties as it surrounds home ownership.
Through the chair to Councilwoman Jordan, that is one of our commitments. There is no fee for the city to join, and the administrative duties fall to Oakland County, but our one commitment to make this work is that we participate actively in referrals, and that we do have information going out to our public on this. So we will, we certainly will meet that commitment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your forbearance getting through the consent agenda. Now we move on to public hearings. And we have GP 1244P, amend Article 4, general provisions of the zoning ordinance by deleting wireless communication facilities and adding a new section. We're going to ask that this item, I'll remind council, was postponed on our April 22nd meeting, and our city attorney has requested that we postpone it again tonight, as she is not satisfied with the way the ordinance is constructed. This is the first draft, and would like more time to rework it. So we need to postpone this to a date certain, and you're recommending July 29th.
July 29th.
Okay. So I need a motion to postpone to a date
So
certain.
moved, Mr. Chairman.
All right. It's been moved by Mr. Perkowski, I believe supported by Ms. Jordan, to postpone GP 1244. Is there any discussion? All right, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So we will take this back up. This is a rather convoluted ordinance, and it reflects changes in federal law, and that's one of the reasons why it needs some reworking. All right, so we're going to move on to public hearing B, which is GP 1254, and this is to amend definitions of the zoning ordinance by deleting one section and adding another, and it has to do specifically with definition of a carport as well as height standards. This, I would add that we postponed this from April 22nd, and that council, because council wanted more information on this, and we reviewed this a couple of weeks ago, so we are ready to roll with this, I believe, and I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Crowe.
Mr. President,
Yes.
is it possible to join this one, postpone this one too?
I'm not sure of the reason, as we reviewed this, I believe, on June 3rd.
Well, there were not too many questions answered, and I don't think the people understand this one.
I'm going to ask Mr. Crowe to go ahead and introduce it, and we'll do the public hearing, and then we'll ask questions. And if Mr. Lance, if at that time we're not satisfied, we certainly could consider a motion to postpone.
All right.
But let's go ahead, because we've advertised the public hearing this evening, so I'm concerned with that, and we've postponed this one. So, once again, City Planner, the floor is yours.
Thank you, through the chair. This public hearing is GP 1254P to amend Article 2 definition of the zoning ordinance by deleting Section 5.4 and inserting a new Section 5.4, and to amend Article 22 Schedule of Regulations. These amendments specifically concern adding the definition of a carport to Article 2 and providing for exceptions to height standards in Article 22 of the zoning ordinance, respectively. As you indicated, this was originally postponed from April 22nd, 2013. We had an extensive study session with council on June 3rd, the 13th. The purpose of adding a carport is previously the council amended the definition of a garage, which also referred to the term carport, and carport was not defined in our ordinance. So this would add a definition for carport. With regards to exceptions to height standards, I reviewed a PowerPoint presentation showing many examples of architectural elements that the council may view as a positive, and that we did not want to be limited by the height standards specific to the zoning districts. So we have provided certain exceptions, for example, bell towers, cupolas, clock towers, and so forth. And that's what's before the council tonight.
Okay. And is there anything else that you are clearly presenting, or okay? Then we're going to declare the public hearing open. The public hearing on the amendments to the zoning ordinance. Is there anyone who wishes to address council on this matter? Good evening, Mr. Mullen.
Good evening, Dr. Seibert. Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen. My address is White Noise, Southfield, Michigan, @gmail.com. I would like to talk about the verbiage of this legal notice for this public hearing, and the verbiage of every other similar legal notice and ordinance that amends the city code. Up until recently, the phrase "inserting in lieu thereof" was always used, and now it has been replaced, in this case, with the word "inserting," and in most other cases, with the word "adding." I pointed out this aberration at the code amending public hearing for GP 1246P on February 25th. Then, the very next code amending legal notice, which was GP 1253P, was done correctly for the public hearing on March 18th. Sad to say, with this legal notice, GP 1254P, you folks have fallen off the wagon again. I don't have a 12-step program to offer you folks. Just an observation. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Mullen, what's your correct address for the record, please?
You have that on file.
But I believe we need it every time we come to the meeting.
If you're not going to give us your correct address at the microphone, then you need to provide it to the clerk.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
My name is Geraldine Amato, living here in Southfield for approximately 1 year. I just wish to point out about these particular hearings that I think the public has too little information, but basically these codes are based on the United States Code, which is a commercial jurisdiction. This body is no longer directly accountable to the people that live in this area, but only indirectly accountable to those who now control the federal government and the wealth of this nation. And if we track that, especially if we study buried history that's not mainstreamed in our schools, is the owners of the bankster cartels all stationed or headquartered in Washington, D.C. Code. These are commercial codes. We are not under the principles of the Republic, and you'll hear that now during the 4th of July holiday, which is coming up soon. But it is not what we now operate under. This nation has been privatized, essentially. We have been reduced, namely also you, to being mercenary subjects of those who control this federal reservation. Even the people that go to the microphones and appear on television with their speeches, etc., prepared for them by their masters, not even their own words, reading them off teleprompters or other scripts. Even those people are not the ones who control. They also are mercenary slaves or high-tech programmed fractured personalities. There is a black magic type of scientific control of humans that reduces them to no will of their own, and they're controlled like police dogs with handlers and, programmers. This is high-tech black magic, and we don't even recognize these people when they're in front of our face. I'm here just to emphasize that if the good people of this nation do not begin questioning the jurisdiction that we are now under and begin resisting it, that we will be reduced to flat-out slaves who are not paid for their labor. Some of us are being paid in the short term with material possessions, none of which we own. Code is a commercial code. We are not under the principles of the Republic. We're not under the law. Our courts are commercial jurisdictions. They are controlled by the same people who have now taken control of the wealth of this nation. We look at Detroit, Michigan right now. It's about stealing whatever's left in Detroit and giving it to those who now control it. It doesn't belong to the people. The wealth of Detroit does not belong to its res idents. Res is a Latin word in the legalese that means thing. Ident is a contraction of identified. We are things identified on this reservation, and we are regarded as human livestock. Every one of us in this room, even those of us who are being paid well, so-called, to be mercenary slaves. Unless we reestablish the principles of the Republic and begin living under them, look forward to an all-out totalitarian regime in this nation, and not having the freedom even to come up to a microphone like this and say a few words, even though when I come here I get insulted regularly and cut off and so forth, like I'm coming here to get paid. I'm not getting paid to be here. I'd rather do something else with my time. I'm trying to alert the good people that are willing to be alerted that we need to put our minds in gear while we still have a memory left. We have all these cell phone towers, electronic devices that are stealing even our own mental faculties. While we still have a memory and while we still have personal resources and possession, we need to get in gear and do something serious about where the ship of state today is headed. It's on a treacherous course. This commercial code is not any definition of liberty of a free people. We need to break loose from it and reestablish our own liberty. Thank you, and I pray and hope that there are enough good people in this area that are willing to think their own thoughts and begin moving forward to reestablish what's left of liberty and truth in this nation and justice.
Mr. Chairman. Is there anyone else who wishes?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is not, we're not under communications now, are we?
No, we're not.
Well, the items that we're discussing are reports and changing of ordinance.
I agree with you, and
I just think that people have to understand that we're willing to listen all day long if be the wish, but I'd like them to speak to the issue itself.
I agree with you, and we've asked for that cooperation in the past and have not received it. The next person who's asked to, who is up to speak, Ms. Gerald, state your name and new address for the record, please.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-352-9188. My cell phone number for the residents to call me is also 248-346-0439. I am only a click away, and those of you that I've given my email to, you have it, or a telephone call away. You mentioned about AT&T and the PEG fees. I want to remind you, for several years, Dr. Cyber, you and I asked questions in reference to that AT&T franchise agreement and the fact that they were charging residents 3.94% for PEG. They did that for 3 years and 3 months, in addition to the franchise fee, of which they do have it, but they never provided PEG, which is Public Access Education and Government. After 3 years and 3 months of charging people for a service that they could not provide, now they're only providing the G, which is government or city council meetings. They are still being charged, the residents, for public access and education, but they do not have it. So when you talk about the PEG fees and what this ordinance is supposed to do, I would like for someone with a little courage on this council to dig into it to find out why AT&T is charging residents that have UVERS 3.94% for public access, education, and government, which is 3 things, and they're only getting 1. And you have held me to a standard speaking about the subject. Dr. Cyber, I applaud you. Out of all the years I've been attending council meetings and watching them, I would have to say that, in my opinion, you and Steve Hurwright have been the best presidents. But I like your style right now because regardless to what people do, you still respect them at the podium. And that shows me your temperament to agree to disagree, and I hope that you get reelected. You're a good candidate.
Thank you, Ms. Gerald. If not, is there anyone else who wishes to address this public hearing? Mr. Curran, just as a point of clarification, this isn't just coming before council tonight. Would you trace the history of these code briefly, the code changes? They went through a process, a normal process, and if you just quickly speak to that.
Through the chair, this was referred to us by City Council when discussion of the garage definition. It went before the Planning Commission, a public hearing was held, recommendation to City Council. It was brought forth on April 22nd, 2013. There were some questions at that time by council. It was then postponed until the June 3rd council study session. We had a lengthy workout at that time, and it was postponed to a date certain, bringing it back tonight. So this has been probably a 4-month process through various reviews and public hearings and recommendations and work sessions.
I think it was enlightening for the council on June 3rd that you pointed out to us that a number of the projects need to get a waiver for things like steeples or smokestacks or facade and so on, and that it just delays the process in completing a project. In other words, we can approve it, but then they have to go to the ZBA for the waivers, which takes time and money. So really what we're doing with this amendment is cutting out some of the sort of unnecessary steps, because we've approved many people in this town, as well as smokestacks or other things that exceed the basic building height restriction.
That's correct. It does a couple things. It eliminates the additional step of seeking a waiver. It takes some of the uncertainty out for the developer, because he's taking a gamble that the waiver will be granted or not granted. And it encourages architectural embellishments. And as I pointed out to the council, many of the historic churches and other buildings that were built prior to this ordinance being adopted would not be allowed to be built today without seeking a waiver. And we try to encourage those architectural embellishments as we get new development and redevelopment in the city. So we wanted to streamline the process.
Well, I guess I neglected to declare the public hearing closed, but it's now council's portion, and Mr. Lance, you're certainly first.
Okay. You still didn't explain what this amendment is to the people. You don't see one soul answering this public hearing. At the meeting last time, you mentioned churches, you showed us pictures, churches, synagogues, and other types of buildings which can't be built more than 25 feet high. Now, I'm a little bit concerned, and maybe I don't understand it, but you mentioned steeples and everything which cannot be built in the future. They must go for a waiver.
So that's the current practice. This eliminates that practice of having to go for a
So
waiver.
what is the amendment in reference to the 25 feet height?
Well, through the chair, when I was referencing, many of our religious institutions, including churches and synagogues, are built in residential districts. And a residential district currently has a 25-foot maximum height limitation. Many of the churches and synagogues that I showed in the photos were built early in the 1900s, and they could not be built today because of the 25-foot height limitation without going and seeking a variance. I also showed examples of commercial buildings with clock towers and cupolas that also are under the maximum height limitation for that district. And that reduces the amount of architectural expression that developers and architects do, because they're concerned about the limitations that are currently in place and the time that it would take to seek waivers on those elements. And what I tried to provide to the council was a comfort level that we have these things all around us. We would probably mostly agree that those are positive things, and that we wanted to provide a relief valve under the building exception for certain architectural elements such as steeples, cupolas, scenery lofts, monuments, and so forth.
So in the future, if a church wants to come in and build a steeple, you can't do it unless you go get a waiver.
No, that's current now.
That's what we're fixing.
You're eliminating that.
Right.
They could build a steeple or a bell tower as high as they want.
This is developer friendly.
55 feet.
55 feet. I didn't hear 55 feet last meeting.
Yeah.
This is developer actually friendly. This would speed up the process.
Well, maybe I misunderstood last week.
Right. This is
I
more flexibility.
still am concerned, and there's nobody here from the people to talk about this. So, did you reach any people? Did you send out mail in reference to this amendment?
Since this is a general zoning ordinance amendment, it was advertised in the paper 15 days in advance.
How many people?
Through the chair, on general zoning amendments, we publish this in the newspaper, it's advertised online and posted. We do not send out individual notices to the 35,000-plus households in the city. This is the procedure. It's not a specific site, so we don't notify people within.
Another thing, you said they can't build a church in a residential area in the future. Is that what you just
Well,
said?
the religious institutions are permitted in residential areas, but they have a height limitation of 25 feet. This would allow them to go up to 55 feet for their church spires and clock towers without seeking a waiver. So this is almost doubling the height that could be built.
But I'm still concerned that there's nobody here to tell me about it.
We did advertise and had a study session 2 weeks ago as well, that the public was invited to.
What public was invited? Did they get mail?
We do not mail specifically to all 35,000 households.
So you're working on an amendment that nobody knows what the ramifications could be.
Mr. Lance, it was properly advertised.
And
it's
you
gone through.
call properly advertised in the eccentric or the Sun?
That's what we always do.
But it's not good enough now for a thing like this.
If in the future the council wants to direct us to send to 35,000 households, then
Well, I have a suggestion to postpone this until we notify more people about it.
Mr. Lance, are you going to make that into the form of a motion?
What?
Are you going to make that into the form of a motion?
Well, if I do, nobody's going to back me. Okay, I make a motion to postpone this.
And to a date certain, correct?
Date certain.
Mr. Lance has made a motion to postpone this to a date certain. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Ms. Seymour. And what date would that be? July 29th? Okay.
Pick the date certain.
Would you incorporate that into your motion, July 29th?
No, it's too soon, July 29th. More time.
Well, we need a date for the motion. August 20...
All right.
We have the 19th, 26th. I'm sorry, we have the 26th of August.
Okay, so you're going to do the same thing? You're going to put up the eccentric and the Sun, and that's it? Who's going to read it? Who reads it? How many people read the papers?
I'm going to...
Mayor raised the hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Well,
what do you read?
I'm going to suggest that, Mr. Lance, we can postpone this, but the public hearing has been held and closed.
Well, I tried to stop it before you even started. You said, wait.
True enough, because I thought you had a specific question. But you still have a motion on the floor. It's been moved by you and seconded by Ms. Seymour. So let's move the question. All those in favor of postponing, and Ms. Banks, I'd ask you for a roll call.
Come on, we know what's going to happen.
I'm playing by the rules, Mr. Lance. This is parliamentary procedure. I'm giving you your opportunity.
This is the body that makes the rules and changes the rules and delays it. Don't delay it or anything. Okay? We can do that. Okay, take your vote.
Okay. Mr. Perkowski?
No.
Mr. Frazier?
No.
Mr. Lance?
Yes.
Mr. Moss?
No.
Ms. Seymour?
Yes.
Ms. Jordan?
No.
And Mr. Seibert?
No.
Okay, the motion failed by 5 people voted against it and 2 in favor.
As I predicted.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move GP 1254P.
I didn't finish talking yet, Mr. Perkowski.
Were you done, Mr.?
No, I wasn't done.
Okay.
I just want the people who are looking in now to remember tonight. Remember, this is election year. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Perkowski.
Mr. Chairman, and I repeat myself, is approving GP 1254P. Might add to the reasons set forth by the planner in the meeting. This meeting was postponed from April 22nd, and this has come to the attention residents who have not had the pleasure of having people using these carports for storage and have had an adverse effect in their neighborhoods. The other item that is being changed is to allow some architectural designs to buildings that presently have not. So it's more lenient, but gives us more architectural abilities to promote the city, to do things a little differently, and make things look a little bit better. So I think they're both positive changes, one for the residents and one for those who want to change the buildings and the way that they do signage and the way they do their whatever. And so I just give those additions of support.
It's been moved by Mr. Percassi to support the changes to the zoning code for the definition of carports and height restrictions, and supported by Mr. Frazier. Any other discussion on that?
Yeah, why don't you explain what they can do underneath the carport? And that they can't keep their carriages there and bicycles there and other children's playthings. Why don't we explain that to the people?
The motion on the floor has to deal with the definition of what a carport is, not what can be stored in a carport.
Well, Mr. Percassi said it's for the better. Explain what's for the better, the height, or for what's in the carport, as we were talking about in the last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I may just beg to differ in that I'm quite aware of these carports, and a lot of attention has been given to it by residents who want to have curb appeal. Greenfield and 12 Mile Road, for example, and some of the dance rooms that build on carports, they're used for storage. They're not just used for baby carriage and bicycles, but for outside storage facing the residential streets. The neighbors find it unsightly. They're the ones who brought it to my attention, and that is why I'm in favor of this.
And again, we're asking council to vote on a definition of what a carport is, not what goes in it. So, if there's any other discussion, Mr. Frazier?
Yes, during the comment period, Mr. Lance brought up the fact that he was disappointed, or he was not sportive with the way that we advertise this kind of thing. His challenge is who reads it. We do have a legitimate and legal way of advertising these kind of changes in our newspapers. And if we do advertise in the Eccentric, there's been some discussion about changing our advertising to go to the Southfield Sun, which does go to every home. But if his postponement had been successful to send a notice to every household in the community, it overlooks the fact that we are in a financially sensitive time with our community, with our city, and our budget. And if we send a letter to every household, to 35,000 households, 34,999 of them will throw them right in the waste can because they don't understand why they're getting a letter, but it still costs postage. And I'm not one that wants to waste the city money. And his challenge was, it's an election year, they'll do everything they can. But I would make this decision whether it was an election year or not, because I see my responsibility as guarding the taxpayers' dollars and spending them just like I would spend my own. And if anyone wants to talk to my wife about how cheap I am, she'd be more than happy to tell them. But it just doesn't make any sense to send out a letter to every household on something that may never impact them. If a church is not built in that neighborhood, the height of the church really doesn't make any difference. So, and I think when a church is being built or another building is being built in a zoning area, we do send out letters to those people that are in the immediate area that's impacted by that new construction. So I think our plan works, and I don't think that we need to waste the city taxpayers' dollars sending letters out for no reason.
Well, I think you're insulting the intelligence of our residents.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, quite honestly, I don't understand where this conversation's going, because this is development friendly.
Yes.
Why there's a disagreement here. Anyhow, we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded to approve the changes to our code regarding the definition of carport, which is missing from our code, is non-existent, and exceptions to height standards. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
I hear one no. Okay. Motion carries. All right, next we're going to move on to a zoning request of Sam Dorchin of Dorchin Martin Associates on behalf of Hassan Duwad City Center Real Estate Group. This is zoning, or ZR 1317. And Mr. Crowe, we go back to you.
Thank you, through the chair. And the council, please note that just prior to the meeting, you passed out an updated resolution that didn't make it in your packet. That's a resolution that has the second be it further resolved based on comments from the city attorney at the time that you want to consider that. Our public hearing is ZR 1317, the rezoning request of Sam Dorchin, Dorchin Martin Associates, on behalf of the owner, Hassan Duwad, City Center Real Estate Group, LLC, to rezone OS Office Service and RA Single Family Residential Property underlying and P vehicular parking with existing B1 neighborhood business. Now, these are underlying zoning, but the overlay development district is the umbrella on top of these properties. The properties are located at 25110 through 25198 Evergreen Road, 25250 Evergreen Road, 19751 Goldwyn, 19751 Jeanette, 19760 Hilton, and vacant land east of Evergreen Road between Hilton and Goldwyn. Just want to point out for the public that this is a separate public hearing. There's a consecutive public hearing on the street vacation, and then later the council will be dealing with the site plan. But we're only dealing with the rezoning at this point. I have a brief video to show the council.
ZR 1317 is a rezoning request of Sam Dorchin, architect, on behalf of the owner, Hassan Jawad, to rezone .87 acres of OS office service and P vehicular parking zone land to B2 planned business, and to rezone .77 acres of RA single-family residential zone land to P vehicular parking. The properties are located at 25110 through 25198 Evergreen Road, 25250 Evergreen Road, 19751 Goldwyn Street, 19751 Jeanette Street, 19760 Hilton Street, and vacant land east of Evergreen Road between Hilton and Goldwyn Street in Section 23 of the city. The subject properties are zoned OS office service, P vehicular parking, B1 neighborhood business, and RA single-family residential. The property to the north is zoned OS office service, P vehicular parking, and RA single-family residential. The property to the west across Evergreen Road is zoned RC Regional Center. The property to the south is zoned OS office service and RA single-family residential. And the property to the east is also zoned RA single-family residential. With regard to the existing land uses, the properties are vacant, are developed with existing city center shopping center, or are developed with single-family homes fronting Goldwyn, Jeanette, and Hilton Streets. The property to the north is developed with an office building and vacant property. The property to the west across Evergreen Road is developed with the shops at Park Place. The property to the south is developed with a DTE substation and single-family homes fronting Hilton Street. The property to the east is developed with single-family homes fronting Goldwyn, Jeanette, and Hilton Street. The total site contains 2.9 acres of land under the proposed overlay development district, with 0.87 acres of office service zone and P vehicular parking zone land to be rezoned to B2 planned business, and 0.77 acres of RA single-family residential zone land to be rezoned to P vehicular parking. There's 600 feet of frontage total along Evergreen Road with a depth of up to 220 feet. Issues considered by the Planning Department during the review of the rezoning were the proposed rezoning as it relates to the surrounding zoning classification and its relation to the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan that indicates city center subarea for this parcel. The proposed rezoning to allow the petitioner to market the properties for redevelopment with new land uses compatible with the abutting existing development. The proposed rezoning will not have adverse effects upon any of the adjoining zonings or land uses. The proposed rezoning will utilize the provisions of the overlay development district.
Through the chair, this application was actually received at the end of 2012. Spent several months at the planning commission level. I know the applicant had some neighborhood meetings in addition to planning commission study session. The planning commission held a public hearing on this item on May 22nd and made a favorable recommendation. Also, we had an extensive review at the council study session on June 10th. And again, we are only dealing with the rezoning at this time, utilizing the overlay development district as an umbrella. Turn it over to the applicant, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions about that.
Before we open the public hearing, you're free to add anything you'd like, Mr. Dorchin or Mr. Gulak.
Thank you. I'm Sam Dorchin, Dorchin Martin Associates, 29895 Greenfield in Southfield, Michigan. As usual, the planning department assessment and explanation is very thorough, and I would just like to add that with the rezoning, there will be an attractive unification of the two parcels and also protection for the residential area to the east from whatever noise or traffic might occur.
Mr. Gulak, anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to declare the public hearing open. Once again, this is a public hearing on rezoning this parcel on Evergreen Road, south of the Civic Center, to an overlay development district. Anyone who wishes to speak should come forward. Good evening. State your name and address for the record, and you have up to 5 minutes.
My name is Mabel Mang. I live at 19640 Jeanette. I've been there since 1948. We started our home in 1958, so I've been there since. I have 3 lots. All I'm complaining about is shutting the road off. I don't care what he does with the rest of it, but I can't see why he needs part of our road. And my husband was a mailman for 28 years here in Southfield. Thank you.
Okay. We'll be discussing the street vacation actually it's the next thing on the agenda after this. So right now we're talking about the zoning. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council on the rezoning? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Ranali Dongaja. I'm in residence 19661 Gillette, Southfield, Michigan 4075. We like all the idea he has, it just went 1 hour straight to Big Horse. That's all we need.
Okay.
It's not convenient for us.
Okay. Again, we're going to be discussing the vacation request next. Right now, we're talking about the rezoning of the land fronting Evergreen Road.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-352-9188, and my cell is 248-346-0439. I'm in favor of the rezoning. I mentioned before that this gentleman did the right thing when business and the economy was really down. He could have rented to anyone and not upheld what the mayor refers to as the Southfield standard, but he did not. I'm only concerned to find out that a lady that's been here over 50 years would not have access, and I'm going to appeal to my new friend to do something about it and to listen to these residents a little bit closer and see if there's something that you can do to do your project, but also make these people happy. I know you can do that.
Next.
Geraldine Mato. Within the time restraints here, I think it's very dishonorable and it's also authoritarian for Mr. Fracassi to make snide comments after a member of the public who takes time to come here returns to their seat with no chance of rebutting rude statements about that person. And don't take up my measly few minutes here. You can insult me when I'm available to rebut what you're saying rather than doing it in a cowardly fashion. Anything I say here as a member of the public that cares to show up here is relevant. I listen to everything you say while I'm sitting here for hours waiting to speak. You could just sit back and be a gentleman and not say anything. If you don't agree with anything, read your newspaper or whatever if you don't want to hear what I have to say. But to insult me after I sit down is uncalled for. And it's authoritarian and it's a part of censorship. I would just like to say regarding these rezoning projects, they call them public hearings because essentially the principle is that the public should be fully informed and give their input. I don't think the public is fully informed on any of the public hearings that appear on your agenda. I look at that Sun News, and I don't see any real information about it. It's only the inside people or the people it directly affects might hear something about it and be able to come here and say so. So if I come here and make other comments in reference to the code, or in this case, the rezoning, I'd like to just say something that single-family residential properties being turned over, apparently, to parking lots. In this case, one of the elements of this project. Parking lots is what this Southfield has too much of. Acres of cars that we have too much of. But this is all under the principle of this private commercial jurisdiction, which is useful for those people in charge, not for the people living here. And then this overlay development district provisions, that's another commercial code. And it's not dictated by the people who live here, it's imposed upon us, and you as a body are appointed, to administer these codes, none of which come from the people. It comes from the establishment overlords, essentially, the commercial jurisdiction overlords. Namely, it's thanks to cartel, the owners. So we're working within this jurisdiction that's imposed upon us. Some of us are scrambling for a living, but we're only allowed to do what the masters give us the guidelines to work within. We're not allowed to make our own decisions on how to use the resources of this area and to use those resources in a way that might be sustainable for the future inhabitants of the people that live here. We continue to develop this area into unsustainability and inhabitableness, if that's a proper English word. It doesn't matter, short term, we got to make a living, right, under this private commercial jurisdiction, so we're going to continue to do what our within the master's guidelines, which is a setup and it's going to do us in the long term. If there's not enough people of courage to resist what's going on, instead of sitting back and doing everything the way the master dictates, to resist what's going on and to understand and look in the future, where is the future for the people of this area and the Southfield and every place else in this nation? Where are we headed? The ship of state is on a treacherous course, and we're just blithely going along with the program by abiding by the master's guidelines, their codes, their rules, their provisions. They tell us what to do, and while we're being mercenaries and being rewarded with some financial kickbacks, essentially, we have no power. And as one author said, Ernesto Ortiz, or I think is his name, Cortez, he said, powerlessness also corrupts. We have a lot of people that have no understanding of power. Power is the ability to act in one's own behalf. We don't have people that choose to act from their own thinking, their own behalf. They take the master's dictates and run with them and are happy to be res-idents, things identified on the reservation. Happy with that. What's wrong with that? Instead of free people have a right to determine their own lives and livelihood and have control of their own wealth. We own nothing. Our lives are totally at the mercy of these people who are merciless.
Mr. Mata, your time is up.
Okay, does Mr. Percassi have some insults to dictate now before I sit down? I appreciate it now before I sit down, but thank you very
So
much.
we do need you, Mr. Mata, to give your address to the clerk, because we do need
They
you.
have it.
Well, we would like you to give it.
You know very well that every time we sign up, we have to sign up a Wednesday before this meeting, before the agenda is out, and we got to put our name and phone number and everything on that thing, and you have it. And for you to keep bringing that up is irrelevant. He should be complaining about that, Mr. Percassi. That's an irrelevant comment.
But we need to clarify the process. When we give you 5 minutes.
You're not clarifying, you're confusing
We're
it.
just asking for your name and address.
You have it in the record. You have it.
I'm asking you to be quiet. Mr. Peterson has the
Tell your
floor.
colleagues to be
We
quiet.
listen to you.
Good evening, members of council, Madam Mayor. Yes, my name is Ken Peterson. I'm president of the condominium association across the street at 5000 Town Center. That's my residence address. I'm also a member of the CCAB, the City Center Advisory Board, and as such, I've had the opportunity to see this project proposed and discussed, and I'm here to speak up in support of it. It fits ideally into the vision for the city center, and it makes sense on so many levels. It's hard for me to enumerate exactly all of the benefits, but one of them is actually coming up in the next subject, and that's safety in the neighborhood, because the vacation of that particular street will aid safety in the neighborhood where there are few, if any, sidewalks. I've driven the neighborhood, and that will help reduce the danger for pedestrians walking in the middle of the streets. Perhaps a small thing, but the main thing is it will encourage development in the city center area, and I can't imagine anyone objecting to this particular project. I'll conclude by making a suggestion for consideration by council, and that is that you have an open mic night for folks who would like to express their points of view, whether they have any relevance to a particular issue or not. I don't know if I'll address that to the city attorney, but
You already
I
have
don't know if you
an open
can
mic.
do that, but it would be good to just have a set-aside evening to come in and
idea, Mr. Peterson.
Trying to inform
Is there
people.
anyone else who wishes to address council for this public hearing on the rezoning request before us?
Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen. My address is Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. I would like to ask council a question. How is it possible to rezone a public street prior to vacating that street? Aren't you folks putting the cart before the horse? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this public hearing? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Council, it's your turn to discuss or ask questions. Ms. Seymour?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, I'm not sure who this question goes to, but probably to Mr. Jawad. The mention of rooftop terraces. I'd like to understand what the rooftop terraces are going to be used for, and is there going to be outdoor entertainment on the rooftop terraces? Could either one of you answer that? Either our architect or the owner?
There's the possibility that there will be residential properties on the second floor of that building, and as in many cities that I've been in, some of the tenants would have limited access to the rooftop for sunbathing or just having an evening get-together. It's not for the general public.
Not commercial is what you're saying. But if someone were to, aren't they overlooking some residential properties behind them?
Yes, they are.
So this could be, somebody having some kind of music or, could be disturbing to the immediate residents.
That's true unless it's regulated. There would be rules for residential. But as far as overlooking the adjoining residential areas, the condominium that's adjacent to it, or across the street on Civic Center and Evergreen, really overlooks the neighborhoods, as do the hotels.
What are you talking about? Which one are you talking about? Which condominium on the other side?
I don't know what it's called, Civic Center. City Center? The one I'm talking about, the one right on the corner of...
5,000 Town Center.
Is that what it is, 5,000 Town Center?
I think that's a very different situation. This particular development backs up to residential lots. And I don't know what's behind it, but I don't think if I had my backyard there, I wouldn't be very fond of people,
It's not in the backyard. It's a fairly decent distance away from the residential
so
area.
it's not immediately adjacent to a residential backyard, you're telling me?
It's immediately adjacent to a parking area.
Okay.
And it's shielded from, the parking area is shielded from the residential area by the required masonry.
Okay, I do have one other question. Well, I guess it's not a question, it's an objection, if I may continue. I had a meeting with Mr. Jawad I think it was probably last fall, because he wanted to discuss what I thought about this particular project. And my biggest concern was the closing of the street. And I still feel that this, particularly having heard from these residents now, I'm even more concerned. I know the police and fire department have said that they can get through, but other cars cannot. And I have to empathize with the residents. I think if we don't give our residents first consideration, you can say everything you want about safety, but if residents say they are impacted negatively about that, I'm going to side with the residents. And I did mention to you, Mr. Jawad, that I didn't want to get street closed, and I'm not changing my position, just so you know. I mean, I'm sure this is going to go ahead, but I'm siding with the residents.
Understood.
Everything else about your project, I'm sure is good.
If I may, I'd like to revert back to the first question. Are we talking about street vacations? When we're going to wait for that motion?
No, we're talking right now about the rezoning.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll be talking about the site plan after the vacation.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Seaman, I'm going to revert back to your first question about the rooftop terraces and such. That's not a set in stone scenario. It was being spoken about as a set in stone type situation, and at least at this point in time, it is not. Some of the other thoughts that have come up that were not mentioned, at least in regards to rooftop terraces, is as we move forward with our construction plans and so forth, we are going to do what we can to be as green as we possibly can with the construction of this building. So rooftop terraces could potentially be green rooftop when all is said and done as well. But I want to be clear that that's not set in stone yet. Okay.
Where's that?
For now.
All right. Mr. Moss is next.
Yeah, I might speak 2 more times on this as the next public hearing to come up. But this, I want to talk strictly about the zoning, which is this vote. And it's pretty significant because this is our first vote on an overlay development district. And Mr. Jawad couldn't have done this development without the rezoning of this. And it's pretty significant that we're doing this for the first time, because otherwise this would have continued to be an empty parking lot. But because we have an ODD development agreement, we can include things like creative building design, pedestrian amenities, public art, landscaping and tree protection, respect for neighborhood character and environmental stewardship, traffic efficiency, and other community benefits. So this is kind of bringing Southfield into a new era, especially as we talked previously in our special meeting that preceded this about, we need to think creatively to really create a new kind of face to this particular area of Southfield, being competitive with other communities and their downtown development. This vote is pretty significant, and I'm happy to support it. And as we talk about the site plan, that has a lot going for it as well. I think I think the council as a whole should be proud of the work we did on the ODD. And I congratulate Mr. Jawad on taking advantage of it and being the first person to come before us to make it happen.
Thank you. I've intentionally held off on my comments regarding the rezoning because I wanted to give the public the opportunity to speak. I wanted to be able to address any of the questions that may have come up that did not come up in any of the past sessions. It was not me not willing to speak about my own project when all was said and done, because I do feel that the rezoning is very important. The ODD is very important, and this being the first mixed-use development, proposed mixed-use development in the ODD is even more important. But again, I don't know if there's any other members of the public who want to speak.
The public hearing is closed.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
The floor is yours to say anything you'd like to add.
As I said, I wanted to take a less is more type approach here. We had a pretty extensive agenda for the night. I wanted to focus on the agenda. I want to consolidate my comments to save time because I know we're going to go for a street vacation. I know that there are a number of residents who have gotten up already and spoken about that. But there have been a number of discussions and study sessions that have occurred prior to this, and the supporters that were here in the previous sessions are not necessarily here tonight, but there are letters of support that you would probably have found in your packets as well. But I think outside of the 2 or 3 residents that are here are the 227 odd residents that the mailer went out who are not here to show the support for this project. We, on our own, outside of the general mailers that did go out to the neighborhood, did send out our own mailer that was in the range of, I believe, 233 mailers on our own that we did send out. And outside of the other meetings that we have had, I think that is proof of itself that the neighborhood is
just want to say that we worked with staff, we worked with the neighborhood multiple times, we worked with the local businesses and our tenants in our own complex, we worked with the council, and ultimately getting to what we have now. I believe that this project will complement the Evergreen Road project that is slated for 2014, further promoting traffic calming, introducing new landscaping, artwork, pedestrian amenities. Again, it will be the first, hopefully the first mixed-use development realizing our vision for the new city center. We've had comments in the past where we have seen or heard that we've seen these images before, and I think this is council's opportunity to say, not only have we seen these images before, but they're going to be a reality, and we're going to be a part of making them a reality. I believe our project promotes neighborhood gathering places, outside cafes, public artwork, density. We believe it'll increase and improve safety. I don't want to go into the vacation of Jeanette, but by the vacation of Jeanette, Ms. Gerald had gotten up and had spoken about her support for us and our projects and our reputation with the neighborhood and keeping our word to the neighborhood and being selective and maintaining high caliber tenants in our complex. I want to be clear that it's not a, and it will come up during the vacation, but this is a vacation of Jeanette and not a complete closure. And past comments from council were taken into consideration when our plan was put together to allow for emergency vehicles to make their way to the neighborhoods. I think we need to make a decision here that is not political, personal preference, or based upon those who make the most noise, but do what's right for the greater good of the city and realize our vision together. Thank you.
Does anyone else on the council have any questions or comments?
We're not on vacation yet, right?
No, we are strictly at the rezoning. Trying to keep the sticks on the rezoning. Anything else on the rezoning? If not, I need a motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move that DR 1317 be approved, and I'd like to incorporate in that the three items that are listed on the handout. And one is the proposed rezoning will be consistent with the surrounding zoning classifications and is in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan that indicates city center for this parcel. Number two, the proposed rezoning of office service in R8, single-family residential properties to under 9B2, planned business and P, vehicular parking with the existing B1 neighborhood business utilizing the overlay development district, will allow the petitioner to market property for redevelopment with new land uses compatible with the abutting existing developments, meaning also the residential, and will allow the development flexibility in accordance with the overlay development district, And three, the proposed rezoning will not have adverse effects upon any of the adjoining zoning or land uses. I might add that this has been before us many, many times, and it's really keeping with the existing developments to the south. And I think it's really going to be an addition because what it is replacing was really a negative, I felt, to the neighborhood. I know I received phone calls from the neighbors that abut this. I am very sensitive to your calls and your requests, but this would be, an asset to you. I look at the people who have, homes in Lathrop, for example, that abut, the businesses on Southfield Road, and they actually have the same market value as those that are in turn. So I really think that this is an addition to the city and actually an addition to that neighborhood.
Support. That was a long motion.
Well,
thank you.
I just wanted to have equal time with some of the speakers.
Chair, through the chair.
Yes.
Could I just make sure that the council has the updated resolution where it says be it further resolved?
refer to that.
Yes.
And,
Thank you.
Put that in the record.
Thank you.
All kidding aside, I do appreciate that.
One-
All right, we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved by Mr. Percassi and supported by Mr. Frazier to approve zoning request 1317. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried. All right, next.
No,
Oh, excuse me?
we have an ordinance to.
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. Mr. Frazier, you always help me on that.
1608.
I move that we introduce ordinance number 1608.
Support.
Been moved by Mr. Frazier, supported by Mr. Moss to give us an adopt this ordinance.
Introduce it.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, now, we go on to public hearing B399. This is a vacation request, street vacation request, of Sam Dorchin, Martin Associates, on behalf of Hassan Jawad, to vacate a portion of Jeanette Street, east of Evergreen Road. And Mr. Crowe will turn it over to you.
Thank you, through the chair. This public hearing, B399, is a vacation request of Sam Dorchin, Martin Associates, on behalf of the owner, Hassan Jawad, to vacate a portion of Jeanette Street, 60 feet by 200 feet, east of Evergreen Road, abutting lots 130 and 131, lots 367 through 371. Jeanette is a 60-foot wide public right-of-way. I have a brief video and then a few comments to follow.
SC 1296 is a vacation and site plan review request of Sam Dorchin, architect, on behalf of the owner, Hassan Jawad, to vacate .275 acres of Jeanette Street to construct a 23,400 gross square foot mixed-use building with associated parking at 25110 through 25198 Evergreen Road, 25250 Evergreen Road, 19751 Golden, 19751 Jeanette, 19760 Hilton, and vacant land east of Evergreen Road between Hilton and Goldwyn Streets in section 23 of the city. The subject properties are zoned OS office service, P vehicular parking, B neighborhood business, and RA single family residential. The property to the north is zoned OS office service, P vehicular parking, and RA single family residential. The property to the west across Evergreen Road is zoned RC regional center. The property to the south is zoned OS office service and RA single family residential, and the property to the east is zoned RA single family residential. With regards to existing land uses, the properties are vacant, are developed with the existing city center shopping center, or are developed with single-family homes in Golden, Jeanette, and Hilton Street. The property to the north is developed with an office building and vacant property. The property to the west across Evergreen Road is developed with the shop at Park Place. The property to the south is developed with a DTE substation and single-family homes fronting Hilton Street. The property to the east is developed with single-family homes fronting Goldwyn, Jeanette, and Hilton Street. The site contains a total of 2.9 acres of land under the proposed overlay development district with 600 feet of frontage along Evergreen Road and a depth of 220 feet. The vacation request is for a 60-foot by 200-foot portion of Jeanette Street, which is a 60-foot wide public right-of-way east of Evergreen Road. Currently, this section of Jeanette right-of-way contains a 2-lane paved road that provides access to the homes to the east on Jeanette Street and entry and exit drives for the shopping center. The balance of the right-of-way contains a 12-inch and 21-inch storm sewer, 8-inch water line, 10-inch and 12-inch sanitary sewer, and 2-inch gas line. The site plan proposes the construction of a 23,400 gross square foot mixed-use building with associated parking under the ODD, Overlay Development District regulations. Parking, landscaping, and building setbacks will be regulated by the Overlay Development District Development Agreement. The building elevations reflect a mix of metal panels, brick, block, and glass. In addition, numerous outside patios will be added to provide for outside dining. Issues considered by the Planning Department during the review of the vacation and site plan work. The right-of-way vacation will provide additional land in order for the petitioner to construct a new mixed-use development and will encourage a more pedestrian-friendly environment. The city will retain easements for access to underground utilities. The plan will maintain access for emergency and service vehicles. The overlay development district standards of the zoning ordinance. The proposal is in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan noting city center sub-area for this parcel. And the petitioner is to implement the recommendations made by the Southfield Police Department Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security.
Through the chair, I just want to remind the council that under a typical street vacation enclosure, a wall would be required to separate what is vacated from the residential street. And through numerous public hearings and neighborhood meetings, the citizens were concerned about emergency vehicles not being able to get down Jeanette Street. So we listened to the neighborhood, went back to the police and fire department, and we came up with what we believe is an innovative solution to not closing the street, but providing limited access. So we've, the proposed street vacation will allow for utility easements to remain, as well as emergency vehicles will have access through the property and public service vehicles on an as-needed basis. The speed table is there to discourage cut-through traffic and to slow traffic down, but it does not wall off or close access to the neighborhood. And there's an important distinction that this is a limited access as opposed to being completely closed off. What this will do is will provide traffic calming. The neighborhood is already at a grid pattern, so residents who are living on Jeanette only have to travel a quarter mile to access a different point in and out. Also want to remind the council that should Evergreen Road proceed, there's a proposed landscape median which will change the traffic patterns to the site as well. This has been signed off by the police and fire department, and we are in favor of this. The planning commission held several meetings, ending with a public hearing, and made a favorable recommendation to the council on May 22nd, 2013. And I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that the council may have. Also want to note that the decorative crosswalk pattern will be incorporated into the speed table, and will also allow for pedestrians of the neighborhood to access the site as well.
Mr. Dorchin or Mr. Gillard, do you have anything to add?
I just want to add just a couple quick key points about the limited access for Jeanette. One thing that should be realized about this neighborhood is it does not have any sidewalks, as I've mentioned in the past. The kids do play on the street, and there's a number of basketball rims that are also on the street if you've had the opportunity to drive through the neighborhood. So we definitely feel that this would be an improvement in regards to a safety component for the neighborhood. Leaving it open for police and fire takes away the concerns of emergency vehicles being able to make their way in a timely fashion to residents who do need them. And this plan has been in the works for quite some time, so we've done our best to take all of the comments into consideration to come up with the plan that's before you tonight. We've also incorporated a turnaround that tends to get overlooked for residents who may reach the end of Jeanette and need the ability to turn around. We've actually allocated some of the property there for a turnaround, whether it be used for residents or other vehicles. We do feel that, again, with the Evergreen Road project, that this will promote traffic calming and also promote pedestrian traffic because there will be less vehicular traffic going through the neighborhood. And even having some conversations with some of the neighbors who immediately abut the property, our property on Evergreen, the first house actually off of Evergreen on Jeanette. If you've driven down there, you'll also notice that the young lady has put rocks on our lawn to prevent vehicles from parking on her lawn because they were breaking her sprinkler heads. She's not here tonight, but I've had numerous conversations with her, and she is also in favor of restricting traffic through the neighborhood. And then ultimately, the police and fire departments have given their blessing for this plan as well. And there was also some concerns about the vacation affecting property values. I had come up with some of the neighborhood meetings, and we can't find any evidence, and we did look very, very hard to see if there was anything that backed up that claim. And what we found was on the contrary. If you look at Woodward Avenue in Ferndale and Main Street in Royal Oak, the properties that are actually within walking distance to the neighborhood amenities tend to fetch the highest price when all is said and done. So I definitely think this will be a positive when all is said and done. Plus, as Mr. Crow mentioned, we're not incorporating a wall, and we are leaving it open for pedestrian traffic. We have a pretty good pedestrian flow now already coming from the neighborhood that supports our existing center. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'm going to declare the public hearing open on D399, the vacation of limited partial vacation of Jeanette Street. Anyone wishing to speak should come before the council, giving your name and address for the record. You have up to 5 minutes.
Name is Mabel Mang. I'm in 1964 Road, Jeanette, Southfield. 248-356-6589. I've been there for over 50 years. The bank went out the front of the Evergreen, and we didn't have any smash-ups there. So I don't know why his place that he's putting up, they can't still go out there. I can't see why they need to take it and close our road off. I don't, so they can go over to the other place, so let them walk. They can walk across the street. The traffic's not that bad. It is at lunchtime, but I haven't bribed. We haven't bribed. All I ask is, don't close the road off. Makes it harder getting in and out. And then we have to go to the other streets. I paid for that street for over 50 years. And it was muddy when I first moved here. I mean, there was ruts. And I don't think it's fair to let someone take it away from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. May. Anyone else who wishes to address the council on this?
Anahito Waja. My address 19661 Jeanette, Southfield, Michigan 4075. Phone number 248-506-6030. Okay, instead of getting a two-story building, can he do it one story and don't use our street? Is it possible to do it? Maybe we can do like something like that.
We're talking about the vacation now, not the site plan of the building itself. We're just talking about the vacation of Jeanette Street.
Council President Anahi, could I have her spell her last name, please? I didn't get it.
That's a good idea. All right, good luck. Next. You may begin.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 40037-0155. My telephone number is 248-352-9188. My cell is 248-346-0439. Again, I just want to compliment this gentleman on what he's been doing in the city of Southfield and holding the standard, but I'm in agreement with the lady that if the bank was able to do that, what's the big deal now? And I know with the standard that you upheld in the city, you can do something to do your project and to make these residents happy. Now, you mentioned a turnabout. At my young age, I don't even like to drive in a turnabout. And I can only imagine how more mature people that, with the grace of God, are still driving and have some driving independence, would they be able to operate in a turnabout? So I'm a little concerned about that. And, you know, it took us a long time to get along. And I agree with your project. But I really want you to talk to these residents and see if there's something else that can be done, or maybe you can take them with you and show them a little bit better what it is that you're trying to do, but these residents have got to be happy. And through the chair, if I could just say something, one of the members of council took a political jab at the mayor and talked about her having to resign from her current position of being the first African-American female in the city of Southfield mayor to resign to run for other positions. I don't know if that was appropriate to do publicly, and one of your council colleagues did that. So I just want to mention tonight that, Ms. Jordan, you are illegally parked in front of the city of Southfield, and it clearly says no parking right there. Now, if you insulted the mayor, don't you think you're insulting the residents that don't park illegally, and you're parking there at every council meeting because you can't get a parking space? Now, I would have parked there. Would I get a ticket?
Right.
Would another resident get a ticket? You should move your car and park appropriately and stop disrespecting your mayor. Thank you.
Geraldine, I'm Otto. Since I'm signed up for communications, the city clerk has all my other information. Please understand. I would just like to make reference to some general things because I don't have enough information to really understand this zoning lingo and even your discussion on the video. But I've noticed around the city that many people's residential neighborhoods have been infringed upon by development of business types of things, which has ruined their immediate environment for enjoyment of their properties, so-called their properties. No one owns anything today that they possess, but at least they're still there, and they like to have a peaceful existence for the time they can remain. But I heard mention of the city police and the fire department approving. I'd like to assert that our city police are not directly accountable to the people of this area. They are also under commercial jurisdiction, and they get their major instructions to the U.S. Department of Bogus Justice and those who control that office. And then the fire department, again, is not under the direct control of the people of this area. They get their code. There's an international fire code. There's also an international police code, Interpol. But there's an international fire code that all municipal corporations, fire departments are now operational under. This takes the people's authority from every aspect of our lives at the local level away from their control. So as long as we can passively submit to this type of operation, whether we're doing business like Mr. Jawad, we have a mindset that this is the way we do business, and this is the parameters under which I must work. And then this council says, well, this is the code and the zoning ordinances and these other things that come down from above. And so this is fine because they say so, the masters say so. And I hear about this master plan all over the country. The master plan was blueprinted in Washington, D.C., and imposed on the municipal corporations. And I will tell you, in Albuquerque, New Mexico, that master plan is just on its paper. Whenever it's amended, when somebody feels like it, it's amended, it's changed, without public input. They have a big meeting when the master plan is written up for the first time. And after that, it's amended similar to this, with obscure codes and lingo that most people don't even understand, unless they're going to go into the studies of that intensively, which I don't even care to do, to understand what you're all talking about when you're into this type of informational presentations. I don't care to study it that in-depth to understand it, so I can understand the lingo you're choosing. But there is no real clarification for the public in TV land or anywhere else to understand what's happening. The couple of people that live in that area understand how it's going to impact them. They may not be experienced public speakers to let other people know what's going on with their properties, but we know in this room that their voices are oftentimes just ignored for development. And we will be, if we continue to follow the rules of the master plans and the master's plan, we will be redeveloped into oblivion as a people. This place will not be habitable. There won't be a way for us to survive here as human beings. We're so separated from nature with the buildings and the concrete and the asphalt, there won't be any means for us to survive. People are concerned about public artwork and lawnscapes. Mr. Moss, public artwork that doesn't even belong to the public. It's commercially controlled artwork. It gets allowed to be in a space where we, the public, can look at it, but we have no connection with it whatsoever. The masters choose whose artwork is going to be on display, and that's it. How's that public artwork? It's all a sham. And good night.
Ken Peterson, 5,000 Town Center. I just want to make sure that one voice from Jeanette Street is heard, because I heard her at the Planning Commission meeting say that she welcomed the vacation of Jeanette because it would reduce the pass-through, cut-through traffic from Evergreen, cutting through the neighborhood. And that's one other plus to this particular project. Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Philip Lucas. I live at 21,000 West 10 Mile, and I've been here for 5 years working and as a resident. I just want to support Mr. Jawad's request. He's worked tirelessly for the benefit of the community, and as Mr. Peterson said, the plethora of support that he's gotten is just, we spent more time at that meeting reading and talking and hearing people's support for this plan, and then we actually did talking about the actual work. It's just incredible how much he's put into this and how much that I think the community really will become more beautiful and will become, just a way better place for people to live at. And, I'm not a polarizing person. I like to bring people together, and I think that Mr. Jawad, he does it every single day. I think that's something we need more of in this community. Let's bring us together. And I think that will attract more younger people as well as other families back into this community. As we all know, we're going to need to do that to continue to survive in the future here in Southfield and keep our all-America city the way that we know it should be. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen. My address is Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48075-0155. I would like to ask a question to council. How is it possible for you folks to have rezoned a part of Jeanette Street prior to vacating that part of Jeanette Street? Aren't you putting the horse behind the curtain? Thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone else wishing to address the council on the partial vacation of Jeanette Street? Mr. Jordan, you're not a member of the public. I will call on you after. You're the petitioner tonight. This is the public's turn to address council. If there is no other comment, then I will declare the public hearing open, and Mr. Georgian, you're, or rather closed, thank you. And Mr. Georgian, you may now have the floor.
Thank you. Since I'm not a member of the public, I've already given you my name and address for this particular case. As sat and listened to many people come up, or the few people come up and object to the vacation, I'm reminded of the words that I heard from Mr. Culpepper, who is a planning commissioner, who sat behind me at those meetings and said, please tell them it is not closed. I've been involved in other street vacations and street closings on 12 Mile Road, 8 Mile Road, and maybe it's because I've been around so long that I'm familiar with them. Vacating this street is not going to prohibit people from driving on it. It's just that they won't be able to drive through a shopping center or a shopping facility or a restaurant area. They'll be able to,
Keep talking.
if they want to drive to it, they'll be able to drive to the area, find a parking place, and walk only a few hundred feet to it. If they want to get out of their subdivision, it'll be very convenient. They'll be in their car. They can go in any direction except onto Evergreen. But the thought, as we designed and worked on the site plan, the thought of people in the neighborhood being able to walk safely on a street with less traffic to an area where they could sit on a patio and enjoy a sandwich or a drink or whatever it might be seemed a lot more pleasant than having to turn 180 degrees and drive in the other direction.
Thank you, Mr. Georgian. I would just like to add that probably 30 years ago, and I've lived in my subdivision 40 years, but about 30 years ago, we vacated Hollywood Street. And that was a vacation. No one can get through Hollywood. And it made a remarkable difference in our neighborhood. We had so much cut-through traffic to avoid stoplights, and it took the traffic down by 2/3 that was coming to our neighborhood. Now, it's not quite the same as Jeanette, I'll grant you that, but there is a difference. I've been on council and we've done several vacations, and the street was eliminated totally, like at 10 Mile and where the CVS is at 10 Mile and Southfield Road. So this is a very different vacation request, and the fact that the fire and police department have signed off on this, I think is significant. At this time, is there any comment or question by council? I'll start with Mr. Percassi and Ms. Seymour.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, through the chair, I think there's a lot of concern. I had a couple of phone calls. There's a lot of concern on what is the traffic engineer proposing to prohibit turns into the subdivision on the two streets that would be existing if Jeanette closed. Number one. And number two is if you would address the new Evergreen Road development and how, what the width of the median would be, and how that would affect the traffic movements in this area. Would you have that ability to do that?
I can try to do that.
Chair. I'll start with, if you can use the mic, so the people at home can hear.
Is the proposed median will take away the center turn lane, and there will be Michigan lots that are incorporated at Hilton and then further north. So the southbound traffic would be prohibited from doing a left-hand turn into Jeanette, should that median go forward. They would be able to go down further to Hilton and do a Michigan left and then head back up north to access the street. And then there would be another Michigan left further to the north that would access the neighborhood. So the area immediately to the west of the vacated portion of Jeanette would not allow a left-hand turn southbound or vice versa going northbound. The T turnaround that was alluded to by Mr. Jawad actually allows, if a large service vehicle or car were to come down and realize that this road was limited access, it allows them to do basically a K-turn to go in the other direction without having to pull into somebody's driveway. So that's a redundancy that has been built in to the system. And then if I could show this diagram, which shows a 6-inch rolled curb and then a stamped paved textured speed table, which would slow traffic down. They would be signed and enforced by the police department, but there would not actually be a physical barrier. So this would allow police and fire to access through. If DPW needed to access and their ability to turn around, they could go through for plowing or garbage service. It would just be passenger vehicles that would be prohibited from going through. But in an emergency, they would still have access through it. That's why we're calling it a limited access.
Would a bicycle be able to go over that?
Yes, bicycle, it's a road, it's a rolled
Bicycles
curb.
could go either through.
Yes, bicycles could go straight through, and pedestrians. It was designed to allow for that, as opposed to having a solid wall going across the road.
Thank you. You know, I'd also like to add that in our packet was a research on, from the U.S. Department of Justice, and I was reading that with interest because one of the things is reducing through traffic by closing streets or alleys means that criminal outsiders are less likely to become familiar with the area. Residents learn who does not belong in the neighborhood, which helps them to more effectively keep watch on the streets near their homes. And residents committing crime in their own neighborhood cannot so easily blame outsiders and thus deflect suspicion from themselves. They go down about 2 or 3 pages, but it's really interesting to read that it really says closing streets and alleys to reduce crime should you go down this road. And everything said that it is a positive move to try to close off streets where possible to eliminate those kinds of happenings.
Anything more?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to comment on what you said about the street closing review in your neighborhood. That street closing was a different kind of situation because it closed off an entrance right on 8 Mile Road. And that's a very different situation than what we're talking about. There was a lot of cut-through traffic from 8 Mile Road, and it wasn't just for shortcuts. It was really endangering the neighborhood. I want to address some of the things that Mr. Jawad said regarding this vacation. And first of all, I want to get back to what Mr. Crow said about the partial closing. It's like a speed bump. I don't know what you call this, Mr. Crow, again, but it's something that people need to understand this. They've told us that the passenger vehicles that they try to go through were bottom out. But the bigger vehicles, like the fire trucks and I don't know, police cars, but the larger maintenance vehicles would be able to survive this and not to damage their vehicles.
That's correct, because their carriage is higher up.
Right. But I'm concerned about several things I heard Mr. Jawad say. that some 200 neighborhood residents were in favor of this. Obviously, they're the ones that live the furthest away. I mean, that's an easy thing to say. If you don't live near it, you don't care, so that's fine for them. For the greater good of the community at large, I have a real big problem with that. The greater good of the community at large takes precedent over the residents who are most affected by this. I don't know exactly what the situation is with the residents who spoke against it, but it's obviously having a negative impact on them, and they've been here 50 years. I'm going to tell you right now, I have never been as angry in my life as I have been to what I'm hearing tonight. I've never, ever felt this enraged, and I'm really surprised. I guess I'm not surprised. I mean, this isn't going to benefit the residents. This is going to benefit a business. This is going to benefit Mr. Jawad's business. I like the plan overall, and I told him before that I don't like that, because this is something that will benefit his business, but it will hurt the immediate residents, and I have a big problem with that. I know this is going to get approved, but I'm adamantly opposed to this vacation. There's only, talk about the benefit to the larger community is just a bunch of garbage when it impacts the immediate residents. And I'm almost going to say I'm speechless, because what I really want to say is something a lot worse, but I'm very disappointed, and I'm really quite angry about this. I'm pleased that the person that, our resident, Ms. Pam Gerald, is supporting this, but I understand she no longer lives in Southfield, so I don't know if that's a big vote of confidence. Anyway, that's just immaterial, but I really am very upset about the impact on the immediate residents, and I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Jordan?
Thank you. I am in favor of this particular, I supported the rezoning, and I do look forward to this project being in the city of Southfield, but I do not support the vacation request. I think it can be done without, you're saying you're not closing down the street, but you're not allowing the residential traffic to flow through Janelle Street. So in essence, you're closing the street down to the residents that live there. And because of that, I cannot support this vacation request. We've heard from some residents that are directly impacted. I agree with Councilwoman Seymour. This is for the business, it's not for the residents. And I just cannot, in this conscience, support the vacation of this street. Thank you.
Mr. Moss?
Yeah, I would respectfully disagree with my colleague, and I don't think this project could be done without the vacation. The whole vision is to kind of fuse City Center 1 and City Center 2 together, make kind of one fluid development with crosswalks so you can go back and forth. So I think that one is integral to the other, that you have to have the vacation in order to see the whole project to fruition. So I think I'm the last speaker on the list, so. Vote.
Is there anyone, Mr. Percott?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, like I said, I got some calls from the people on Jeanette, and let me just say this. My son lives on a dead-end street just off of Villa in Southfield with the Lathrop barricades, and it is the quietest street you ever want to imagine. When you sit there, you can even sit on the front yard, and you never see a car go by. Secondly, I live out from Monterey, and I live at the end of also a closed street. And that has cut down traffic immensely. And it gives you some privacy that we wouldn't have ordinarily. And so there's some positive things to it. And I understand it's inconvenient in some cases, but the positive side is, like I said, my son's just bought a home, 3 houses from a barricade, and he just enjoys the way that the traffic is in his neighborhood. And they say I have the same situation where I live. So it's too bad if, I don't know how to compromise these two, but I think you have to live with it to know how peaceful it becomes. And like I said, if you're walking or biking or something, you can use that thoroughfare. But if you see what the median looks like, and I'm sure it's sorry that the plans were turned around the wrong way so you couldn't see it. But the median that's going to be in Evergreen Road, that is going to be, actually, there will be no access to Jeanette anyway.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may, to Mr. Crowe or to Mr. Jawad, what exactly, I mean, I've seen the picture of what that plan is, but there's some usage of that portion between the two buildings that Mr. Jawad has planned. Was it extra parking? I forget the exact, maybe the architect could tell us what is really planned for that. I mean, that's the space that he's going to use for outside seating or something. I'd like to hear that.
As you can see on the plan, the Seymour, there's
I
actually...
can't see it from here. I really cannot see the details, so just tell me what it is.
Have you had the opportunity to look at it?
Some time ago.
There's parking, and then there's additional landscaping, and then possibly the expansion of the patio on the Just Baked, and to the immediate south of the new structure, there is some additional patio space there as well.
So it's for people to eat outside, sort of like an outdoor dining in that space that's being removed?
In some of the space, yes.
What I saw was a lot of, what I didn't recall seeing looked like patio, looked like parking, looked like seating. So it's not just left alone and vacated, it's actually space you are using for that development.
Yes, if
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
there are 15-foot or greater patios on the north side of the existing center and the south side of the proposed center for outdoor seating. There is some additional parking, there's circulation, but there's also the stamped pedestrian crosswalks that we have on Civic Center that will be incorporated in here to make it more pedestrian friendly, and there'll be additional landscaping with the street vacated.
Mr. Crowe, my point is, if that were not there, what would this project lose? If that street was not vacated right there, what would you lose from your development?
Probably the second story, you would end up with just a standard everyday retail center.
Why the second story? Why? Because it's too low? Is that what you're saying? I don't get it. Why is that? Why would that affect the second story?
This is a mixed use development.
I get that, but why would you? You're not answering my question.
I understood the question that because there's a part of that component on Jeanette Street is parking, as I had mentioned, and part of creating a mixed use development incorporates the social gathering spaces, the pedestrian amenities, the second story, as well as the additional parking that's needed to make
So
that happen.
that is space that you would be using, basically.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I just think it's unreasonable. I think
Any other council person who wishes to speak on this vacation request? Hearing none, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President, I move for V399, the vacation request, before us.
All right, it's been moved by Moss, supported by Frazier.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. All those in favor, Ms. Banks, do the roll call, and they can indicate if they're in favor or not.
Mr. Lamb? Mr. Moss?
Yes.
Ms. Seymour?
No.
Mr. Bertiasi?
Yes.
Mr. Frazier?
Yes.
Ms. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Stiver?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passed 5-2 vote.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to jump ahead here, as long as we're on this development, and we're going to go to the site plan. And the site plan component does not require, or does not include, a public hearing. So, Mr. Kroger, back to you.
We've already done the 2 video presentations, so I think they cover the site plan. There are a number of conditions that the Planning Commission recommended. All of the particulars of the rezoning, the street vacation, and the site plan will be incorporated in the Overlay Development District Agreement that is subject to review and approval of the city attorney to make sure that your conditions have been added properly. I think that it is worth inviting Mr. Georgian to come up and just do an overview of the site plan and then specifically talk about the building elevations, which we have the boards for in greater detail. And then I'll be happy to answer any specific questions that the council may have.
I'm Sam Dorchin, Dorchin Martin Associates, 29855 Greenfield in Southfield. A few years ago, we did these two buildings called City Center 1. As time went on, and Mr. Jawad saw in the future the possibilities of an entire community of retail, along with the possibility, and this was always in his mind, of having a mixed-use building. What we have done, along with a lot of help from the planning department and all of the departments in the city, in fact, with input from the building department and fire department, police department, engineering, we've developed a community of retail, office service, residential, with quite a bit of landscaping, with the thought of the protection of the community to the east and the possible, and we hope, and we're sure that it will happen, with the Evergreen Road improvement. The buildings in City Center 1 are straightforward, not overly decorated, but as you drive by, they're very user-friendly. They have a difference in the elevation to take into account the fact that grade drops from the north down to the south. And we provided a patio. It allowed us to provide a patio that between the two buildings that has become quite popular and has given Mr. Jawad the idea that it helps in leasing these buildings. There are no vacancies. In fact, there's a demand for more space, which is another reason to come up with something that is similar in nature on the first level. This building is more modern. Again, it will have masonry similar to the other buildings, but it will have its own distinctive flavor. And from the plan, there is a front-to-back hallway so that people that park in the rear, people who park in the front can get to it's like a circulation core. There will be a stairway or an elevator, both a stairway and an elevator, to get to the second floor. At this time, we're also proposing a basement, but we're looking at ground conditions. There's a lot of groundwater in Southfield. But we've taken into account the fact that we would rather not have a lot of glass overlooking the residential area. And what you see here is primarily an exit corridor. So while there is glass, there's not going to be people, except either coming or going to get into their space on the second floor. It's a four-faced building. There's no back to it. It presents a nice face to the east as well as to Evergreen on the west. There is the possibility that we built into the planning that there can be balconies on the second floor. Depending on the uses, it might be possible for a restaurant to have seating on the second floor. With the elevator, it will be easy up and down. There's a lot of flexibility in the plans, and thanks to the fact that it is a multi-use building, there's the possibility of residential on the second floor, office service, and just straight office. So if there's any questions, I hope to be able to answer them.
If I could take a moment. Obviously, the site plan was subject to the street vacation and the rezoning of the ODD going through. We did review landscaping, and exterior lighting needed to be shielded to prevent spillage and glare onto adjacent residential properties. We talked about recommendations from the Southfield Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security, that the building be constructed in accordance with the submitted elevations, that approval of the site plan and building elevations does not constitute no guarantee approval of signage. Signage would be a separate approval by the building department. Bike racks shall be installed in accordance with Article 4. A decorative speed table and decorative pedestrian crosswalks be installed for the city. A provision for public art be allowed and incorporated into the design. We're also recommending, consistent with the Evergreen Road redevelopment, that the frontage of the proposed new building be a 10-foot wide public pathway and incorporate pedestrian amenities that the city center has installed throughout the district, including benches, trash receptacles. That low-impact design be used wherever feasible. That the hours of operation be generally limited from 6 a.m. to midnight. New screen walls will be consistent with what is currently existing on the City Center 1 project. The mixed uses are specific to retail uses, office, repair or service businesses, residential apartments. Drive-through retail is acceptable if it conforms with 8 stacking spaces. Gas stations, oil change stores, adult bookstores, theaters, and check cashing stores would be prohibited specifically on this site. And that the overlay development district agreement is subject to a review and approval by the city attorney. The planning commission favorably recommends moving forward with this site plan.
Council, any questions or comments? No? This was reviewed last week. Mr. Jawad got a favorable nod from the council regarding his proposed site plan.
Mr. President, I move SP 1296.
Support. Moved by Mr. Perconti, supported by Mr. Frazier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? You're on your way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And any other time, Mr. Dorchin, you are a member of the public.
Oh, well, that may change very soon. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going back to our public hearing, and we have letter E rather, which is GP 1257, SP 1301, special use and site plan request of Sam Dorchin on behalf of the owners of Mark Moss and Henry Grisby to change the existing use of the building on 24950 Lodge Road. So, Mr. Crowe, we're back to you.
Thank you, through the chair. I think you did a good job introducing this item. I will also state that the property is located on the east side of Losser Road, just south of 10 Mile Road. I have a brief video for your consideration.
GP 1257 SP 1301 is a special use and site plan review request of Sam Dorchin of Dorchin Martin Associates on behalf of the owners Mark Watts and Henry Grigsby to use an existing building as a counseling office. The property is located at 24950 Lobster Road on the east side of Lobster Road, just south of 10 Mile Road in Section 27 of the city. Subject property, as well as the property to the north, is zoned B3 General Business. The property to the west, across Lobster Road, is zoned RE Single Family Residential. The properties to the south and east are zoned OS Office Service. With regard to the existing land uses, the subject property is developed with a vacant building. The property to the north is developed with a gas station. The property to the west, across Lobster Road, is developed with Southfield High School. The property to the south is vacant land, and the property to the east is developed with the Islamic Center of Southfield. The proposed site contains .266 acres of land with 80 feet of frontage on Lobster Road and a depth of 137 feet. The special use request is to permit a general office use within the B3 General Business District. The submitted site plan reflects the use of the existing building located at 24950 Lobster Road as a counseling office. The parking required is 11 spaces with 11 provided on site. The landscape provided conforms to ordinance requirements. Issues considered by the Planning Department during the review of the special use and site plan were special use and site plan review standards of the zoning ordinance. The proposal is in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan, noting commercial office for this parcel. And the petitioner is to implement recommendations made by the Southfield Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security.
Through the chair, the Planning Department received the special use and site plan request on April 12, 2013. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this matter on May 22, 2013, and made a favorable recommendation. This was forwarded to the Site Plan Committee of the Council, which reviewed this on June 10, 2013, and endorsed it coming forward to Council.
Gentlemen, anything you'd like to add?
Sam Dorchin, Dorchin Martin Associates, 29895 Greenfield in Southfield. I'd like to point out a few things. It's a difficult site to work with. In order to accomplish the required parking and to meet the landscaping requirements, the existing parking space in the front of the building is being removed and replaced by landscaping, along with a walk and a bike rack in the front. We're providing a landscaped area in the rear as well, and removing some very old and tired trees and weeds and things in the back, and cleaning the parking lot up completely in order to get to the proper amount of parking. Also, as a part of the program, we are removing a door that faces south and the porch that restricts the parking lot, that restricts the driveway, and allows it to be in compliance with the city requirements. With me tonight are Mark Watts and Henry Grigsby, two gentlemen who, as I understand it, there are questions that you have regarding the use of the building, and they are available also.
Anything you wanted to add, gentlemen, at this time? Otherwise, I will consider the hearing open, but you're free to add anything that you'd like to add. All right, we have a public hearing, and again, we always ask your cooperation in speaking to the subject at hand. This is for a special use and site plan request. Excuse me. 24950 Lasher Road, and our public hearing is now open.
Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-352-9188. My cell is 248-346-0439. And Ms. Seymour, I am just so tickled that you are so intrigued by Pamela Gerald, that you're all up in my business. But what you need to be concerned about is the fact that that light doesn't have, that exit sign doesn't have a light. And you also need to, since you're campaigning and electioneering at the seat that you're at, tell the people how you called the police on me while I was passing out flyers for the magistrate and trying to push the issue. Tell the people how you assaulted me
Ms. Gerald,
in the
please
site
get back to the
meeting
subject.
when Mr. Lance was sitting in there. Why don't you do that? You're not the chair.
Ms. Gerald, please,
I
back
think,
to the
Mr. Chairman,
You're on
I filed a police report against
I
her.
don't need a microphone. I just want the public to know that I am in favor of this project here. I am in favor of these two gentlemen opening up a counseling center. I like the fact that they're going to be in the 10-mile Lockyer Road area. We need some new development there. The landscaping would be beautiful because we are all about landscaping and the standard, of which I'm going to clarify the Southfield standard a little bit later during public comment. But I think the youth today need some mentors like these gentlemen. And Ms. Seymour, you might want to become a big sister. Do something important.
All right, anyone else wishing to address council on the special use?
Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen. My address is P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. This legal notice for this public hearing is improper because it violates state law. To be precise, PA 110 of 2006, Section 103, subsection 4A. Quote, describe the nature of the request, unquote. This notice failed that criterion because it doesn't tell us what type of zoning district this special use will take place in. Different zoning districts have different standards and uses that are permitted subject to special approval. Are we talking about a special use for a residential district, or an office service district, or a general business district? This notice never answers that question. Does anyone on council ever proofread council's legal notices prior to publication? Apparently not. I would like to offer the following suggestion to you folks. Council has a president. Council has a president pro tem. What council really needs is a designated proofreader. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. Mullen, for the record, it is not the responsibility of council to post these notices. We do not see them, and we don't post them. And we have maintained all along that they are posted properly. Sorry to disagree with you. All right, your time is gone.
Geraldine Amato here. I want to suggest, Mr. Fracassi, if you have any influence on the group, to put the so-called communications section closer to the beginning of the meeting. Persons like myself wouldn't endure these many hours here in this room. I signed up for communications, but I think it's a deliberate strategy to put them near the end of the meetings to wear people out up, so they will leave before they get up to talk. So maybe you could change that particular agenda. It's not really communications, because apparently you don't care to really communicate with me in particular, but I get a few minutes to try to communicate, and I prefer it at the beginning of the meeting. I have a physical disability as well. It's an endurance thing to sit here all these hours in this room, which isn't the most pleasant place to meet either. Regarding this, I have to agree with Mr. Mullen. I don't agree with him all the time, but I think he makes some specific valued comments regarding the particulars of the strictures under which some of this is supposed to be designed or advanced. And I think they should be. I know reading this doesn't give me much information. Now, Ms. Gerald mentioned some kind of counseling for young people. I don't see it here anywhere what the counseling is about. I could say the reason why our young people need so much counseling is because we're under such an unlawful, corrupt order that many people are confused about reality. And then we set up a business around it under this private commercial jurisdiction. In fact, every problem we have becomes somebody's business, some kind of fake way of dealing with the problem, when these problems need to be dealt with on a core basis. And I'm almost exhausted from sitting here. I don't know what time it is. I saw Mr. Percassi looking at his watch, and I've been here since 7 o'clock. What time is it? 10? Oh. Okay, well, I hope it's moving along to communication.
5 after 10.
5 after 10.
Excuse me. Okay. Anyone else wishing to address?
Boy, tonight we're having a double feature.
I'm just saying, I'd like to see Toby Road, 17001, New Jersey, Southfield, Michigan, 48075.
Move the microphone up a bit.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, I just wanted to say that I don't know. I think it would be interesting to see if it's approved. Actually, I'd like to see it approved. That's all I want to say. Just like to see it approved.
Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this public hearing? Hearing that, seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that we approve GP 1257 and SP 13004.
All right. Been moved and supported, but we had discussion. So I see Ms. Seymour and then Mayor Lawrence.
I guess from what I read, this sounds very much like what our youth center in the building is doing. A lot of it sounds like much what do we call our, the youth center and that we have. And
Field zone.
Field zone, correct, thank you. Sounds very much like what the field zone is doing, and I'm just curious. I mean, it sounds like you're in competition with them.
No competition. My name is Henry Cresby, address 19041 Bungalow, Lakewood Village. What we're trying to do is, me and my business partner, we grew up in the inner city of Detroit. We both were, at a loss for words, but raised by our fathers, and we felt that we had to do something because of all of the negativity that we see in society now. So when we stumbled upon this building and we see that a community center or a council center would be something great that we can get back in regards to my experience as a probation and parole officer. I've worked inside. I've seen so much, and it just hurts me. And we would like to use the facility as counseling to get these the recidivism of juveniles from the ages of 17 and 21 to come in for counseling, where we can do peer mental and goals, resumes. You know, there's not a competition. We feel that there's room. You know, we we just want to give back because we just feel that some people just need a push. So it's not financial, we're not getting grants for this, this is basically coming out of our pockets. And as it grows, you donate, if people can donate their time, we would appreciate it. But we haven't received a dime from anyone, it's just been our pockets, and we've been trying to get this program together. So it's just something that's dear to us because we see so many of our friends who could have went another direction if they just had positive mentors like ourselves. So that's one of the main reasons why we're trying to do this.
Do you have, or are you planning to have professional people as counselors?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
we have teachers on board. I have parole officers, and there's so many people that want to give, but they want to know in what capacity, and people are willing to give. They're willing to give their time, and that's what we want to do. We have a van, and we just know we had so many mentoring groups when we were coming up that we feel that, okay, it worked for us, so we need to give back too. We're gentlemen, we're established, he works, I work. We're doing this for the youth, and we're doing this to give back to the greater community.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Lawrence.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I applaud what you're doing. I have some questions about structure. So the youth that will be coming to you, will they be referred by the court? How will you get your youth population for your service?
Well, what our plans are, we want it to be open to, like, Oakland County. And we don't plan on getting them from the school, but possibly in a referral basis. In the type of work I get, I always get someone. I have mothers that come to me and say, well, what can you do with my son? And sometimes, the programs that we have at hand are not the best. So we have, I have teachers, I talk to some judges. So as for if we get the building up and going as a facility, it wouldn't be hard, but it's such a small capacity of the building, we're not going to be able to get a lot, but we can grow from it. We just want to give. So I'm thinking the population will be not from the school, but mostly from like the juvenile courts, because we want to stop the recidivism. I don't want a kid to just reoffend if he's under higher, which that means if he catches a felony or something and he has a second chance, I want to point them in the right direction. Look, this is how it's done. This is how you do it. So most of our referrals will come from like the juvenile courts.
So would your center be by appointment? So if you get a referral, there's a process that...
Yeah, we'll have a secretary there, and right now the secretary wouldn't be there full time. As we grow, we have I know one of your questions was security systems.
Yeah.
We have cameras there, but if there are any youth or anyone there will be security and there will be supervision. There will always be someone there.
So your clients will be referred by appointment?
Yes.
So you'll be expecting?
Yes.
One of the concerns I had was that we do have a high school right across the street. So was this going to be like a drop-in center? Will it be uncontrolled? Will it be, how many youth would you have there? And what you're doing is good, but I want to make sure it's structured, it's safe, and that if you have a child or a youth that you're counseling, that child is supervised. It won't be, I can just show up at any time and hope I get someone to talk to me. I want it to be a very controlled, safe, structured program.
I mean, definitely, as always, with my background, it's always has to be safety first. So, but knowing it wouldn't be like by walking, that'll all be like by appointments,
Okay.
some type of referral basis. I know that if we're allowed for you guys to approve this, I know there will be like an overflow. But the building is so small, I don't think we're gonna be able to really take more, a lot of people, so. But I just know that the program is needed from what I see, So, there would definitely be structure.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry, Mayor, were you done? Okay, Ms. Jordan?
First of all, I want to commend you on taking a vacant building that's been vacant for several years and putting together and retrofitting it to fit what you want to do in the community. And I also commend you on segregating this particular population because there's definitely a need. And the fact that you're doing this for free is to be commended. I would just encourage you to see if there is other type of resources that are out there so it's not coming out of your pocket. I'm just pleased that this building is going to be used for good cause, and you definitely have my support, and hopefully we can build some sort of relationship even here in the city with what you're doing with the youth in our community. So thank you very much.
Mr. Perkowski?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for changing the roof line. It looks very, very attractive. I know you guys have been on this stage, but I know it was a great attempt, and it's really, really nice. The other thing I wanted to ask Mr. Crode was that there was one concern of the traffic engineer on the ability for the fire truck to get to the rear. Was that, I didn't see a note on that, Mr. Crode.
Yes, through the chair. Mr. Spence did follow up with fire prevention. Inspector Renee provided a letter to us. I have copies of it dated June 11, 2013. She states, Jeff, I reviewed the submitted site plan, SP 1301 at 24940 Wasser, proposed office change referencing, and then she references the fire code, building code, and submitted site plan is approved by her, and I have copies of that I've passed out to the council.
Well, you don't have to pass it out. I think they read it into the record. Thank you very much. I applaud what you did.
Mr. Lamb? Thank you.
Yes. At the site plan committee meeting, I advised you of some of the programs several years ago, well, quite a few years ago. We had some professionals come to us and make presentations on the exact same program that you have. And this council turned them down. You should feel proud that they will approve you tonight. See? And I will, of course, too. But you have some rough setting ahead of you. You have to get the school kids to come to you. And I don't know how you're going to do it. Because you're going to expect the schools to turn their backs on you. And you will see what's going to happen. You're going to have to fight for those kids to come to you to help them. But I wish you luck. And if you need help, I'll volunteer too.
We appreciate that.
Mr. Jordan, you had another question?
Signage, what type of sign are you going to put in front of the building? I didn't see that.
Well,
the rendering that was shown.
Signage is not a part of the site plan approval, and I have to say that I don't think they've considered it. I know I haven't, but the signage, I would guess for a use like this, would be very tasteful and definitely within the requirements of the sign ordinance. Other than that, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
Garden ground sign.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was just wondering what type of signage you were
Mr. Fraser, okay, then I would like to add that, first of all, I spent years working in the area. I've been an educator for 45 years. I know the corner very well. It's a tough site, and it's been very tired. So on first point, I'm very pleased that you're coming along to do something with an open really, a building that's been around a long, long time, and it's in pretty sad shape. Kudo number one. Number two, when I was employed as a school administrator in Southfield, I dealt with many of most of the severe disciplinary cases. And there are a whole number of lost young men. I'm sad to say it, but there are a whole number of lost young men. Grandmother or mother is doing the best, but they don't have enough direction. They don't have enough male influence in their life. So I look at both of you and think that's what we need. There really is a need for this. I have seen it over and over again, and sometimes I would say I can see the future because some of these boys are not listening, and you know what's going to happen. They're listening to the street instead of to the adults around them. I will be supporting this absolutely. I'm just wondering how you're going to make it as far as, I disagree with Mr. Lamb. The school does have a partnership with Southfield Youth Assistance and a county social worker, but that social worker, there's one social worker, and whoever the county, they rotate people. So sometimes it's a man, and sometimes it's a female. And nothing against female counselors, but really, some of these boys need a male counselor. They need a man to talk to. It's again, it's not a chauvinistic comment by any means. Anyhow, the county provides one counselor, one social worker, licensed social worker. That's it. School district has cut back on support staff, but does have social workers and psychologists. And in disciplinary cases, the school district cannot force anyone into counseling. And so a number of people are going to Easter Seals or wherever they can find it, or if they're fortunate enough to have good health insurance, a medical plan that can pay for counseling. I'm painfully aware of all of this. So I just say all of this to underscore that I think you're filling a community need, and I wish you the best success as you go about this endeavor.
What a difference years count. 6 years ago, he turned it down. He voted against you. He got against all of it. And he tells me he's criticizing me.
I have no idea.
Okay, go ahead. Boy, he must have mellowed.
I hope I
no idea. Remember the meetings we had?
You made it go.
No, I don't.
That's surprising. What, he got dementia?
I just have one last.
I'll let that go.
You said that you would not be getting individuals from the public schools. Would you consider reaching out to the non-public schools and the faith-based communities that can use your services, just to let them know that you're here and you're available and counseling?
Oh, definitely. We plan on doing that.
Okay.
And I was just asking, have you talked to the public schools?
Yes, my partner, he had talked to someone at SRAC.
What did they tell you?
Well,
First of all, you would go to the superintendent of the school.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or the associate superintendent, not an individual building principal. So I would direct you that way. Also, Southfield has, and they're not all that well funded, 7 charter schools. This is another place that you could outreach to. There are over 1,000 children that live in Southfield or Lathrop Village attending charter schools in this community. I'm sure some of them could use your services.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yes, sir.
To Ms. Jordan, you already made a motion, and I would ask if you wouldn't mind incorporating the revised elevation as part of the approval based on our recommendations.
That my motion state that it will include the revised elevations as needed.
That was there, right?
Yes.
And the seconder?
Yep.
So we're good to
Support that as well.
All right. So is there any other comment on this special use and site plan request? Hearing none, call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Council President,
Yes.
can I get a copy of the revised?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we go on.
All right.
Mr. Dorchin, thank you very much for that. You did a nice job with that, Frank.
Okay, we have another site, this is ST 1302, and Mr. Dorchin, this is your night. And this time you're representing Karen Newman, patiently waiting. And we're going to talk about an addition to an existing shopping center. So we'll start with Mr. Crowe.
Thank you. Again, this is not a public hearing, but it is a site plan.
Correct.
SP 1302 is a site plan review request of Sam Dorchin, Dorchin Martin Associates, on behalf of the owner, Harry Newman, to construct approximately 6,000 square foot addition to the existing shopping center on property located at 24541 and 24577 West 12 Mile Road, on the south side of 12 Mile Road, west of Telegraph Road. I have a brief video for your review.
SC 1302 is a site plan review request of Sam Dorchin of Dorchin Martin Associates on behalf of the owner, Harry Newman, to construct a building addition to an existing shopping center on property located at 24541 and 24577 West 12 Mile Road, on the south side of 12 Mile Road, just west of Telegraph Road, in Section 17 of the city. The subject property, as well as the properties to the north across 12 Mile Road, to the west, south, and east are Zone B3 general business. With regard to the existing land uses, the subject properties are developed with the existing strip center and an Avis car rental office. Property to the north across 12 Mile Road is developed with a shopping center. The property to the west is a vacant auto dealership. The property to the south is developed with a Jack's Car Wash, and the property to the east is developed with a shopping center and gas station. The proposed site contains 0.87 acres of land with 200 feet of frontage on 12 Mile Road and a depth of 190 feet. The submitted site plan reflects the construction of a 6,008 gross square foot addition to the existing shopping center. The parking required is 58 spaces, with 7 provided on site. The landscaping does not conform to ordinance requirements. The elevations reflect a mix of ephes, brick, limestone, and glass. Issues considered by the planning department during the review of the site plan were: the site plan review standards for the zoning ordinance. The petitioner is to obtain a zoning board of appeals waiver of 3,212.5 square feet for required landscaping, 3,212.5 square feet required, 0 square feet provided. The proposal is in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan, noting regional mixed use for this parcel. The petitioner is to implement the recommendations made by the Southfield Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security.
Through the chair, the planning department received the site plan request on April 16, 2013. The planning commission reviewed the site plan at the regular meeting on May 22nd and made a favorable recommendation. This also went to the council site plan committee on June 10th, 2013. There was 2 items that were discussed as part of their moving forward. One was that the site planning committee and the applicant worked out a 22-foot two-way drive on the west side of the proposed building with a raised 3-foot wide concrete sidewalk, therefore slightly reducing the overall size of the building. And second, in your packet was where the proposed easement relocations were to be provided, and that has been included in your packet. And I'll turn the rest of the overview over to Mr. Dorchin.
Sam Dorchin, Dorchin Martin Associates. I do this when I get home, too.
You know, I just can't help, I have to say this. I remember when you retired.
Someone else does, and then she kicked me out of the house. Let's see, 2995 Greenfield in Southfield, Michigan. There are many things about this particular site that involve me and my firm. But let me explain first some of the major things that are happening. The Avis building, the car rental, is proposed to be torn down, removed completely, allowing us to build, and the corrected area is 5,949 square feet, which you should have on the revised site plan. And attach it to the building to the east, which houses the Star Deli, Churchill Tobacco, New York Bagels, my favorite cleaner, and then adjacent to that is the facility that was done about 10 years ago, or maybe a little bit more, that has the Starbucks in it. That's going to require a removal and abandonment of the easement that has the utilities that were between the Star Deli building and the Avis building, and the rerouting of the utilities. That we provided a plan after talking to not just the city engineer, but our civil engineer. One of the major improvements, we think, traffic-wise, is that at the current time, there's 2 driveway approaches that go out to 12 Mile Road. One for the Avis and one for the Star Center. We are removing that dangerous situation, replacing it with a 3-lane wide approach, allowing a right turn out, a left turn out as well. That's directly across from the similar shopping center or retail center, and one way in, and allows people entering the site to go in 2 directions, either left or right. We have sufficient parking, which will allow a little bit of flexibility with the possibility of having a restaurant or sit-down in there as well. One of the things that we recognized that Terry Broad mentioned from the site plan committee meeting, the request by the planning commission to recognize the required walkway from parking in the front to the parking in the rear. We provided, and the owner agreed to, a compromise from the required 5-foot passage lane, which is a city requirement, to the nationally recognized and handicap-approved 3-foot. It's a raised walk. It's the reason we have the 22-foot driveway, a 3-foot raised walk to allow people, including in wheelchairs, to go from the front to the rear. It reduced the size of the building, but the owner agreed, and we feel that the site plan committee agreed as well. As far as the elevation goes, come around here, give you a little history of why it is what it is, what we're presenting. Some years back when Cloverleaf and the American Standard gas station or something was on the corner of 12 and 12 and Telegraph, I was involved in combining two projects. There was a Chinese restaurant here, where the Starbucks building is now. That was torn down, and the owners of that site and the Lutfies, that own Cloverleaf on the corner, agreed to allow me to do a site plan that combined both, which I did, and that's why it is what it is right now, and that's the elevation of that new building. A few years after that, the owner of this portion, whose name was Ron Light, I believe, called and asked if I could provide an elevation, a renovation to the existing building, that's this one, that would be in conformance, that would be updated a bit and would be in conformance or have some consistency to the new building. That was done, and that's why it is from here to there the way it is today, except for the addition of this mansard, which we're proposing along with doing a similar elevation, the same one actually as that one, to tie everything in together. We feel it's working out really well, and I hope you agree. The owner of the Star Deli people, Mirhar Realty, are the owners, the original owners of that portion there. When Mr. Light passed away, they purchased this portion, and they now propose this as well. So it'll be under one ownership.
Mr. Newman, is there anything you wish to add? Okay. Well, counsel, are there any questions of the petitioner?
I have one.
Ms. Seymour?
Yeah, it's not clear to me, I'm looking over these notes from the planning commission. There was quite a bit of discussion about the 5-foot walk and the 22-foot driveway and the problems with traffic going both ways within the parking area. And Sherry, I think you made a pretty good argument for the safety issue. Were those issues resolved?
Through the chair, yes, they were at the site plan committee. Site plan committee also felt that those were important issues, and the applicant owner was willing to reduce the size of his building. The compromise was that the 5-foot was a recommendation, but 3 foot is minimum required. And by having the 3 foot there, it meets the ADA requirements as well as meeting the intent of the planning commission.
Because with so much traffic in the cross,
Right.
It's almost frightening to think about.
We looked at, we did not want to reduce it to one way. The 22 feet is the minimum required for two-way traffic. And so we were able to achieve our two-way traffic, accommodate truck delivery, as well as provide for safety of pedestrians with a raised sidewalk. So they were willing to reduce their building, and we feel that it's a satisfactory compromise between.
You made a very good argument for the safety of that. So, all right.
Yes, I would just like to thank the petitioner for working with us on that vacation of the sewer. And I see how it's rerouted, and the council members you have a new second page, I don't know if you have, which one you have, but this is the one that has to be submitted. Do you have that one, Terry, the new one? One that has
That's the one we, yes, that's the one we talked about today.
Thank you very much. I think it really came out great.
Thank you. Anyone else on council have a question? Ms. Lawrence?
It's not so much a question, but I would just like to say to the petitioner, he and I have spoken, and I appreciate your passion and your commitment to Southfield. And that area on 12 Mile Road, it's been kind of, just kind of sitting there and not really contributing. And so your investment and your vision, and I know it was some give and take in there, but I just want you to know that I appreciate your passion, which is very clear, and your commitment to continuing to invest in Southfield. I want to thank you for that.
Then I need, Mr. Richard?
Yeah, I also want to say thank you for investing in, you really made a commitment, because when we talk about moving those utilities, that is going to be, that's going to let the rest of us know that you really are committed to being here at Southfield. Because that's not going to be very inexpensive. Yeah. But I appreciate the commitment that you've made and are committed. And with that, I'd like to make the motion. I'd like to move that we approve SB 1302.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any other comments? I would just add, really echo everybody else. Thank you for the investment, and you're really cleaning up that strip. So we'll support this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Great success.
I don't think they have anything else on the agenda.
I think you've worked enough for tonight.
Yeah. And the Tigers won 5-1.
Oh, thank you. At this point in our agenda, we move on to communications. Ms. Banks, please let the record show that Mr. Lance left the meeting at 10:35. And first, under communications, we have Pamela Gerald. State your name and new address for the record.
Pamela Gerald, Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-352-9188, and my cell phone number is 248-346-0439. Quality of life does come from parks and recreation, but the real quality of life comes from the manner in which we live and the things that are available to us in our very own community. We do a lot of things right in the city of Southfield. For example, we did the following. Number one, we hired the best possible candidate to represent our Southfield Police Department in the Chief of Police position, and that was Chief Eric Hawkins. We hired the best candidate for the fire chief in the city of Southfield, that was Chief Keith Rowley. We accepted the FEMA grant, which was the SAFER grant, which was supposed to hire 11 firefighters, but we only hired 4, so we are still in need of 7, and I hope we can creatively make that happen. And finally, we hired the 2 cadets that were police in waiting for 3.5, going on 4 years, and that was long overdue. But one thing that we must address, and we must do it immediately, preferably before the election coming up in August and November. We have got to give our police officers an acceptable contract. Now, in the city, we boast about the Southfield standard. We talk about curb appeal being mandatory. But some of my friends in Le Chateau condominiums are having a problem with their quality of life within their condo community. You know, Mr. Fracassi, you were talking about curb appeal. I want to challenge you to go to Le Chateau Condominium, Southfield Road, the driveway before Fillmore. I want you to turn in there and close your eyes, if you can get in there without popping off a hubcap with all the bumps, and tell me if that represents the Southfield standard or the quality of life or curb appeal. And I think you will agree with me that it does not. If you want to see, I have pictures that some of the residents have provided me with. That does not represent the Southfield standard. The conditions of the driveway is deplorable. Some of those residents, and they're seniors, they pay almost $10,000 a year in association fees, and they should not have to live like that. They have flooding issues. I have pictures showing how high the water has been up on the garage door, and there's standing water there. One person in particular, if it's a flood and there's water backed up in that underground garage, she can't get out of her car, and she walks with a cane. Now that is unacceptable. That is not a Southfield standard, and that should never be in the city of Southfield. Now, how is it that they're paying these association fees and the repairs are not being done because the association is saying that they don't have any money? I want to compliment Mr. Gerald Witkowski because when I call on him, he's very responsive. I talked to him about some code enforcement issues, and he immediately went over to take a look at it. And he involved all of the appropriate people from the building department, from Department of Public Works. There is the checking to see, since the Oakland County Road Commission has jurisdiction over Southfield Road. Whose drain is it that's flooding? I purport that that drain is probably old. I know the condominium complex was built in 1967, and it's just not what it used to be. And I can tell you that Le Chateau was a very pristine place in the early 80s, because myself and other young women that moved to Southfield and was looking for a place to stay, we wanted to live there because we thought it was just so pristine. So when you hear me say that it's time for a change, that would be one of the changes. And don't forget about John Grace. When you hear me say that it's time for a change, it's time to get away from your desk. It's time to stop the free trips, the free cars, the free food, the free gas. Come from behind your desk and start riding around in some of those other areas of Southfield that's not always on the agenda. No resident living in Southfield should feel that City Hall or that Southfield starts north of 9 Mile or near City Hall. That should not be. So I just want to remind the residents, we have an election in August. Pull out your nice and naughty list, and the council members that do a good job, put them on the nice list, and the ones that don't, put them on the naughty list, and don't vote them back in. And a shout out to Popeyes for doing a wonderful job.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gerard Mullen. Good evening, Mr. Mullen.
Good evening, Dr. Seidel. Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen, a.k.a. White Noise. My address is Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155, located in this city, in the city of Sidewalk Hill. Just one small quantum leap from that jewel on Southfield Road, known as Lakewood Village. Tonight, I am not here to talk about those nice guys from Walmart. Instead, I'm here tonight to talk about those nice guys from Denzel, Council's favorite corporate criminal, Southfield's best-known lying felon, and the city's #1 tax avoider. To be precise, I'm here tonight to talk about Dental Night, held here in this very hall. You folks might recall, March 27, 2006. That night, Council issued Denzel its second 12-year PA 198 tax abatement. And in doing so, Council committed 4 legal errors, which is par for the course. According to Council's own approved minutes, which can be found online on the City Clerk's website, here's what happened that night. Denzel night. First, Council improperly issued Denzel an Industrial Facilities Exemption Certificate for a district that had not yet been created by Council. In a word, Council did it backwards. You folks put the cart before the horse. And to top it off, Council violated state law again by holding only 1 public hearing and not 2. You might ask, what are the 3rd and 4th legal errors? Well, you folks botched both legal descriptions. This is not my opinion. This is your set of facts, not mine. These are Council's minutes, not mine. These are Council's approved minutes, not mine. These are Council's screw-ups, not mine. These are Council's approved screw-ups, not mine. This is Council's set of facts, not mine. You, the elected officials, broke the law 4 times. 4 times. Not I, a mere resident. This is just another example, another sorry example of your brain-dead Council in action. Another sad tale in the continuing saga of the Gang of 7 that can't shoot straight. Please take note. Today is the 41st anniversary of the Watergate break-in. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
Mr. Ron, could you come back to the microphone?
No, he doesn't have to, but I think we're all gonna.
I had my 5 minutes.
Okay. You hold us to a very, very high standard.
Impossible.
Yes, and that's fine, because I just want to know, do you hold yourself to that same high standard? And the reason I say that is, are you aware that that stop sign on your Walmart shirt is backwards?
Yeah.
I mean, if you're talking about doing things correctly.
How do you know that?
Because I looked it up.
Slash should go the other way.
The slash should go this way.
I look at it in the mirror.
We all make mistakes.
Yeah, but my mistakes are small. Yours are big.
All right, we're not gonna have a debate.
Your opinion just stay there.
I'd go back up and do my thing.
Ms. Jordan.
I just have one comment. You know, for those individuals that don't believe that this elected body is doing the right, making the right decisions and making the right actions as it relates to council, there was a election this year, there is going to be an election this year, and I challenge you, run for council, take us out. If we're not doing the best job, then challenge us. Don't just come to the mic to complain, come with solutions.
You gonna be my election
Or
manager?
run for. Thank you.
Yeah, my colleagues have said pretty much what I want to say, but, I debate every meeting whether or not it's a legitimate upset about the grammar, legitimate upset, or it's just a 5-minute stand-up comedy routine. And I'm starting to think this is all one stand-up comedy routine, and it's getting really tired. It really, really is. Get a new act, get a new comedy writer, because maybe you'll change your email to imgettingtired@gmail.com. So it's just come up with something else, because it isn't doing it for me anymore.
And it would be different if the majority of individuals that came to this mic lived in the city of Southfield. We have individuals that no longer live here in the city of Southfield that are coming to hijack our meetings. And we have proof, we have documentation that some people that come to this mic, namely the two that followed, the two previous speakers, don't even live in the city of Southfield anymore. And it's pretty sad when our meetings are prolonged with comments that add no value to the work that's being done.
All right, next on our communications is Mr. Toby Rhodes. And good evening, Mr. Rhodes.
Good evening. Toby Rhodes, 17001, New Jersey, Southfield, Michigan, 48075. I'm here to talk about the safety and security of my community. Specifically, I'm talking about specifically because of where I live. A lot of black people live in my neighborhood, so I'm speaking about the black community in my neighborhood. I have a really nice community. I enjoy it. I sense that, though, it feels like it's almost like dying, because a lot of people I've seen who lived in the neighborhood are leaving, and it's thanks to the banks, the bailout banks, the crooked banks, the banks that are tearing down this country. And they're being helped by the force of violence that employ, as Henry Kissinger put it, the dumb brute thugs calling themselves the police. There's never been a time in U.S. history where the police have been a friend of the black community. Never. If you want to look at what kills black communities, look at the police. Because the police are usually, I won't say usually, so they're always employed by brute racist thugs who come and attack black men. And they go in there to attack black men to demoralize and to destabilize the community. And that once they take the strongest and the most capable black men out, then the community is left in chaos. And so then you have all these directionless men or young men, children, who have no one to look up to. And that's what I see in Southfield. I see this racist trash calling themselves the Southfield Police, backed by the racist trash calling themselves the city attorney of Southfield, hired by the racist trash sewer rat calling himself the city manager of Southfield. All of this scum, this filth, none of them black. None of them was selected by black people. In fact, they specifically, try to protect themselves from having any accountability to black people, because black people would never choose this scum. In fact, they're scum because they have no other place to go. They're trash. Nobody wants trash. So they're going to hold on to their job with both hands because they have no other place to go. So you have to make an environment where good people want to come. If they know that incompetence and stupidity and corruption are going to be rewarded, then why would you want to come here? Because you know that you're not going to be rewarded. It's going to go all to the scum. Call himself the city manager, the city attorney of Southfield, the Southfield Police. And then also including 46th District Court, you have a lot of trash and filth over there. They specifically do not hire black men or black people who they think are going to make a difference because they see black people as the enemy. That's one thing about the police. The police were never, ever intended to protect the public. The police make it their job to lie to the public. They have no obligation, nor duty, nor responsibility to tell anyone the truth in the public. They have no obligation, nor duty, nor responsibility to protect anyone in the public. They're not here for the public safety. They are here for the protection of the legal fictions created by the governments and the courts. Specifically, if you look at the history of the police when they appeared in the 1850s, they were created to protect the interests of the banks. And the banks are the ones that control, basically, everything that happens in this country. And so these dumb brute thugs calling themselves police, they go into black communities to wage race war so that the banks can impose their legal fictions on black people whether they like it or not. So you see the police spending most of their time protecting legal fictions, big box stores and car dealerships. They're fictional. They don't actually exist in the real world, but they attack real people to impose these legal fictions on people, whether they like it or not. Now, when you have an environment like that, you're going to have a community that's going to be dying, because banks are not what you call a constructive use of resources. It's not like a car company or a farm or a carpenter where you actually produce something real, food, clothing, and shelter. Banks don't produce anything of value. So what you want to do, the only reason why you have a bank is because you want to prevent somebody else from imposing their bank in your community. So you have local banks who were basically a firewall against outside banks from coming in and ripping off the community. But right now, all those firewalls are gone because there's basically no more local banking. It's all foreign failed banking, protected by this racist scum calling themselves the Southfield Police. All they know is brutality and violence against black people. And they practice it every day because there's no accountability nor any responsibility whatsoever. Now, I'm just kind of wondering what's going to happen, because I see that Southfield, the way I see it is basically glass boxes and shopping centers.
Mr. Rose, you have 15 seconds.
And so I'm just wondering if Southfield really has any kind of future, and if anyone's willing to really fight for it. Because I don't see anybody, anybody else other than the same people. So we'll see what happens.
Mr. Rose, isn't it great to be an American? Huh?
Excuse me, I have to make one comment, and Mr. Rose, I have always allowed you to speak give you your 5 minutes without any interruption, but I have to say, the two of the individuals that you mentioned, our city administrator and our city attorney, they are two of, I would say, the hardest working people in this organization, fighting to keep Southfield above board, keep Southfield a premier city, keep Southfield from becoming what some people say the next Detroit, keep Southfield just on the cutting edge. So I really differ with you there, because we have two outstanding employees that are fighting for the city and fighting to keep us financially secure and in many, many other ways. So I just have to communicate that to you.
Yeah, and I would also like to add that when you come to the microphone and you rail against the Southfield Police, have you ever met our police chief?
Oh, yeah, I know about it.
Pardon me? So I don't know how you can say that the police don't hire any African Americans when we have an African American as police chief. But I also would like to say that one of the things that my colleague, Ms. Jordan, has just said is, and Mr. Fugazi, isn't it great to be an American where you can come to the microphone and rail away like that and be able to go home and not worry about being arrested?
I've been arrested for leaving.
Well,
Speaking here, I've been arrested.
well, everybody gets it. If you break the law, you do get arrested.
No. That's the whole
We're
point.
not going to have a debate, though. The mayor wanted to say something, so I will recognize her.
I just want to say, while in America you do have freedom of speech, I can tell you as the mayor of the city that I would never tolerate anyone, white, black, yellow, whatever your complexion, to do anything that I would be considering to be racist or to treat people unprofessionally. I'm very proud of my police department, and I guarantee you, if the gentleman who was just at the mic needed someone to protect him, our police would be there. If he needed medical attention, our fire department would be there. And I know for a fact this city, which is majority African American now, has had tremendous support from our fire and police department, regardless of whether they're white or black. No organization is perfect because we're human, but I will stand in front of anyone complaining or accusing our administration of being racist of not treating people fairly or upholding their rights. And it's disappointing to me when I hear comments like that. And I can say also that our administration, I can speak clearly from our city administrator and my city attorney, that we can stand proud in the city and say that we have tremendous talented people. And why Southfield works, and why I would assume the gentleman who comes to the mic and talks about the pure fiber of our public safety is because this is a city where you can feel safe and you can feel respected, and you can come and to a public meeting and say what you choose. But ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you, as the mayor of the city, none of that is true, and it's regretful that those comments are being made. Thank you.
It's also regretful, and Mr. Rhodes has left the auditorium, and certainly I agree with you, Mayor. His opinion is a minority one.
That's through the chair, it's a general tactic for Mr. Rhodes to leave the room immediately after he makes a certain commentary. It's unfortunate.
And council, I really think, I hope this meeting kind of spurs the discussion again with maybe reducing the amount of time that we have the public to speak, because it's being ignored, the 5 minutes is being extended, and when we have a number of people speaking on public hearings as well as communications, I mean, people are given ample time to speak. So I would like for us to reconsider reducing our public comment time to, we need to review it.
Well, certainly there's a lot of abuse, and as chair, I can tell you that I've done my best to hold it to 5 minutes. However, some people refuse to stop when they're asked to, or to stay on topic. And we ask for cooperation because we have public participation so that people can bring their legitimate concerns before council. Unfortunately, many of the things that we hear are the same thing from meeting to meeting.
So that's why I think we need to revisit it, because the 5 minutes is not working. It's not working.
All right, our final speaker this evening under communications is Geraldine Amato.
Yes, good evening. Ms. Jordan's comments are a typical response. I can understand that Mr. Rhodes is frustrated, perhaps because he's been here several times and perhaps did not get a response that he needed. And from his perspective, that's what he's saying right now, because there are no genuine communications going on. It is true you tolerate a 5-minute tirade or whatever, but there's no real interest in hearing what the person is trying to relate. And I can tell he's frustrated. I've heard him speak before, and I never heard him speak in that manner before that he did tonight, which I don't really agree with, and I don't agree with all his logic. Our police departments are controlled by other than the people, but the racism factor is oftentimes overblown. What happened? I stayed for the last meeting after the public comment period because the meeting was much shorter. There were things being said, for example, about military veterans. It's around Memorial Day and how we should honor them. I argue that the Pentagon Brotherhood is not the lawful command of our military powers, and if we were to really honor our military personnel and veterans, we would discuss that issue and confront it. I heard talk about obelisks being placed around Southfield. If the good people don't comprehend that obelisks are an ancient symbol of sun worship, which signifies not only sexual assault but also human sacrifices, then they're missing the significance of those structures. I heard talk about electronic signs. I think that was by the city attorney. People do not understand, are not informed that using so many electric devices is harmful to the human physiology. We're being overloaded with electromagnetic radiation, whatever the scientists call it. Then there was some talk about animal care Today, most people are totally ignorant about the nature of their own pets because they're deliberately kept ignorant, and oftentimes animals are seized and recycled as adopted animals. They're seized from people who are trying to take care of them, and it's like a scam, a business of depriving people who have animals and then putting them elsewhere as a business type of enterprise. And voting rights are not the same as election rights or electoral rights. Today, on this coast-to-coast federal reservation, we have voting rights, but as I think it was Lenin or Stalin said, it doesn't matter who votes that counts, all that matters is who counts the votes. And I think James Collier brings out that very well in his book, Vote Scam, The Stealing of America. I'd like to, if I had time, conclude with the quotations of a few people. I've kept these quotations from the 1980s and 90s. One retired police chief named Anthony Boozer wrote, "The street criminal exists against a backdrop of government and corporate morality that raise troubling questions for the fate of the republic." A couple of journalists, Pizzo, Fricker, and Wallow wrote a book about the savings and loan debacle, which has a lot of parallels to the recent Wall Street and banking thing called The Inside Job. The looting of American savings and loans. The one statement they made was, the fabric of American society is being systematically weakened by the growing number of people willing to sell their values and principles. One FBI former agent in charge in Los Angeles, Ted Gunderson, stated in 1998, the high priests of the Luciferian Creed work from behind the darkness. They remain behind the scenes. They keep their identity and true purposes secret, even from the vast majority of those they deceive into doing their will and furthering their secret plans and ambitions. He was also an attorney. Last time I was here, I mentioned Jack Bernstein, his book, The Life of an American Jew and Marxist Racist Israel, 1984. I came across a quotation from that book. Page 46. In the Mideast, the same Zionist Bolshevik Jews are using the very same tactic to rout the Arabs from their land. They have killed untold thousands of Arabs and rendered hundreds of thousands homeless. The question arises, how many Arabs will the Zionist Bolsheviks kill when they gain control over the Mideast and when they gain physical control over America? They already have control of nearly every phase of American life. If the Zionists, think Pharisees, ever succeed in imposing gun control on the American people, there will be nothing to stop them from a complete... See how free a speech is here? When you have to cut it like that, Ms. Jordan, you see the logic of it? It's 11 o'clock now, or after 11.
Yes.
You are hypocrites. Very hypocrites. You are very, that's right. But there is no free speech.
Please sit down.
You don't want to hear them speak. You're an evil people.
Then I don't know why you keep coming back, quite honestly. What's so bad?
Yeah, I come back for a purpose. You don't understand it. You don't want to understand.
Could I respond just a little?
Yeah.
In fact, I will keep it brief. I will say to Ms. D'Amato and Mr. Rhodes, those that offer no hope offer no help.
You're lying. Now that's a lie. And put me in the same category with Mr. Rhodes. Let's go.
Those matters at the La Chateau that are private matters are associated with the condo rules and regulations, and there are limitations to our ability to get involved in private matters between condo owners and condo associations. We have been well schooled in that through our legal department. But those areas we will again review, as we have done, and those areas that are in the public domain we will address. When we looked at the flooding problem, we found that we thought at first could have been a public matter. It turns out to be a private matter. But we will pay another visit to that facility because it has problems, there's no question about it. With regard to the allegation that we're not paying attention to the John Grace area, I don't know where that comes from. the largest and most complex item that we had on our agenda this evening was the $6.85 million water and sewer project that we advanced into the 12-13 budget. We had to talk to our auditors to make sure that we were using proper technical approach, and we did that in order to expedite that project. Last but not least, with regard to the alleged illegal behavior on abatements, any abatement that we have goes through state agencies. It goes through our auditors. It goes through the state auditors and also state legal folks, as well as our own legal staff. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Charette. We're now at the council portion of the agenda. Yes.
I move the travel expense report for Jeremy Moss, the Chamber of Commerce, and also item B, which would be the travel expense for the Business Awards luncheon.
Support.
Been moved by Mr. Frazier, Mr. Procopio, supported by Mr. Frazier, to approve A and B, both travel expenses for Jeremy Moss. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Abstain from that vote.
Okay. Council, Ms. Thornton?
Yes, I have two items. The first is, the church that I attend is hosting a free event. It's called the Jazz on the Grass, sponsored by William Beaumont Hospital. It's going to be Friday, June the 21st. It's a free event for the community, and I'd like to invite the audience to attend. Also, Mr. President, I really would like to have a consensus to put it on an agenda in the near future, and that is revisiting the time under the communications portion. I think we need to look at this again because it's taking a long time from the business and it's causing many distractions, in my opinion. And I think we need to stay focused on what we've got to do for the next fiscal year. And yes, we have to give the public their opportunity to speak, but to speak for 5 minutes is a long time. When you add to that public hearings, it's just, I believe, entirely too long. And I think we need to revisit that issue, and I would like to get a consent.
All right, so noted. We'll put it on the study session. Certainly, we've had a lot of non-constructive comments that really, much of it doesn't even pertain to what's under our purview. So, any other, yes, Mr. Moss?
Yeah, last week, I met with Southfield resident and Boy Scout Matthew Shand, who's in the audience tonight, and he's on his way to earning his Eagle Scout status, but needed to earn his citizenship in the Community Merit Badge. So we had a conversation in this chamber about some of the things we're doing here in Southfield, and I encouraged him to come to a council meeting to see for himself, and boy, did you get everything that you asked for tonight by coming to tonight's council meeting. So I commend you for staying this late. Hopefully you can come again, and we welcome you to our city council meeting.
Yay!
You're about a year and a half away from earning that Eagle Scout status. Great.
Matthew,
yeah, if there's a merit badge that you can get tonight, we'll be happy to sign off on it. Surviving treacherous, I don't know, anything.
Purple heart.
Matthew, we need to talk to someone who's...
Well, and the thing that made me say to Matthew, come to our council meeting, is that he had great questions about what we do here in the city. He had great suggestions for youth participation. He said, how can someone young get involved? And I said, we have communications portion of the council meeting. We need some positive people coming to our meetings and talking about the city. So I told Matthew, you got to come out to these meetings and see what I'm talking about.
Matthew, I remember you from Southfield Schools. Tell us where you are now and what you're doing.
I'm currently at Brother Rice High School. I will be a sophomore in the fall.
Okay.
And
you were at Levy's last I saw you.
Yes.
Okay. You'll be a sophomore in the fall?
Yes.
And what else is going on?
Did you enjoy the meeting?
Yeah. I'll be doing soccer team for school in the fall. And over summer, actually, we're going camping trip to Canoe Base, which is a Boy Scout camp where I earn other merit badges there.
What's your favorite subject?
Yeah.
All right, if there's anything else you'd like to tell us, again, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a lesson in democracy.
We're proud of you.
So what troop do you belong to?
Troop 1520.
And where's that?
It's we're located at Hope United Methodist Church on Civic Center near Lotzer.
And
What's your grade right now?
I'm at first class right now, almost to star rank, which is 2 ranks below Eagle.
Okay, you been to Polar Bear Camp?
Excuse me.
Have you been to Polar Bear Camp?
No.
Okay, that's an interesting place to be. Camping out in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Thank you, Matthew, for being
Thank you.
here.
Thanks,
Mr. President, I also want to tell you, we had 2 other young men here tonight from Troop 647. They left earlier, and they were here for the same reason, for their merit badge, and they were from Hartford Memorial Church. So we had 3 scouts here tonight in obtaining their citizenship and community.
They don't get the Purple Heart.
They didn't say.
Is there any other council item? If not, I would like to make 2 announcements. We have 2 events coming up this month that are about promoting Southfield. The first is the annual garden walk. It will be held on this is, I think, the 7th or 8th annual garden walk. Every year, the garden walk takes place in a different neighborhood in Southfield. And this year, I'm pleased to announce that it's in the Mount Vernon Place neighborhood. Roughly 325 homes. There'll be 19 homes on display on Sunday, June 23rd. That's this Sunday, June 23rd. You don't have to do much walking. There's a shuttle bus. You register at Stevenson School in the parking lot, and a shuttle bus will take you through the neighborhood and drop you off at the various stations where there are yards to view. The cost for this is a mere $10, and everybody is welcome to attend. And again, it's for people who like to see gardens, but also get gardening tips. And it's a way of showcasing neighborhoods and hopefully selling houses.
Mr. Simon, what time?
It's 2 to 5 p.m. This Sunday, and again, you register at Stevenson School. That's June 23rd. The other event is something new we're trying. And it's called the Mid-Century Modern Architecture Tour. It's on Saturday, June 29th, and it starts at the former Northland Theater at 1 p.m. This will take interested persons around, make a loop around Southfield to see some of our unique architecture. Back in the 1960s, for a number of years, Southfield was the fastest growing city in Michigan, and as the fastest growing city, a number of people came here and invested in the community, and they hired some top flight architects. We had Minoru Yamasaki, Gunnar Burkert, Victor Gruen, Louis Redstone, Percival Goodman, and help me, Nancy, the architect, Palacian for the St. John's Church. Thank you. At any rate, some very top architects with national portfolios built buildings and designed buildings and built them in Southfield. And this tour is about getting people to reinvest in our well as we'll be featuring, we have a number of really fantastic homes. Can't get to all of them in 2.5 hours, so we'll be, the bus will go through Northland Gardens with its classic ranch houses. It will go through Washington Heights neighborhood with its international style homes. And it will also go to Cranbrook Village with its California modern houses. So it's a mix of commercial and residential spaces. Should be a fascinating tour. Again, the tour starts at the Northland Theater and Millennium Center, and it's Saturday, June 29th at 1 p.m. If there's nothing else?
I think that Redstone designed the Station 2, Fire Station 2.
Yes, he did, and the former B'nai B'Av Synagogue, along with a number of, actually, there's a whole portfolio of buildings.
Did you mention the cost?
The cost is $20, and that really just takes care of the air-conditioned bus. It will not be a school bus. With that, I think we go to the mayor next.
Thank you. I had the pleasure of doing 2 ribbon cuttings in the last couple of weeks. One was in the Sunset Strip Thai Tea Salon, had their grand opening, and at the Applegate Salon Link Boutique. It's a clothing store, 2 young women pursuing their entrepreneur dreams. They're very excited. And so, as we know, small businesses is the economic engine of our city. And so as these small businesses, I ask you to please go out and support them. Meza restaurant on Southfield Road has opened. He didn't have a grand opening, but he has tremendous Middle Eastern food, and he's a welcome addition to the city. And not only that, it's going to be a major distribution point for all of the Meza restaurants. So it's not only a restaurant, but a distribution center. I had the pleasure of attending the Stryker Bar Association to introduce Judge Sheila Johnson, who was honored and given an award for being a trailblazer. And it was a very, very nice event, and I was very proud of our judge receiving that award. It was a very nice event. As we all know, we have some tremendous restaurants in our city, and as we try to grow that, we just recently, I learned that gastronomy was voted one of the best restaurants in Detroit by our magazine, and there's going to be a big celebration of that designation. It will be Friday, June 21st at the Motor City Casino Hotel. There is a fee for that event, but and you can go online to our magazine and hear that. But I'm so proud, I'm happy to the council members, I'm so proud of that restaurant. And during Restaurant Week, we had such a wonderful opportunity to highlight our restaurants in this community, and everyone says that it was a huge success, and we want to do that again. I want you to know that the mayor's walks have started. Our first day it rained, and we had umbrellas, and we walked in the rain. Jim Charette, you have to come out. I was looking for Don. I didn't see him coming through the woods this year, so I'm waiting for you, Don, to come out and walk.
I was there earlier.
Yeah. So, again, it's an opportunity for us to get out and walk and be healthy, and I encourage our department heads and our city elected officials to join me, because the residents love the opportunity to meet and talk to you as well. The one issue I wanted to bring forward, and this is to Jim Charette, through the chair, is the research that we were going to do on the deer population. How close are we to bringing that forward? Because since we talked about it at council meeting, I've been getting emails and questions from the community about our deer
I
population.
didn't like the answer I got so far, so I haven't given up yet.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll be back.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. Next, we move on to the administration. Mr. Charette, anything this evening that you'd like to add?
No, thank
thank you. I think our 18 items are enough. Thanks. I appreciate council's endurance and support in those items.
All right, the mayor has, or rather the attorney has a couple of things for us. Councilmember.
We have two items. The first item is the proposed ordinance amendments to the code regarding natural lawns. This initiative was brought as a result of citizen involvement to the Neighborhood Services Committee meeting of council. We then brought it to a committee of the whole meeting on April 29th for discussion, and there was a consensus at that time that this be moved forward to the regular meeting for introduction and approval. And in essence, as we went through the ordinance, this would allow natural lawns to be installed and maintained within the city under certain parameters and restrictions. A person would have to get a permit from the planning department and have to comply with the terms of the ordinance in order to maintain one of these type of lawns. But it would be an alternative to a natural turf kind of lawn, and keeping that at an 8-inch limitation. So,
Mr. President,
All right.
I make a motion that we approve the ordinance of natural
All right.
law.
1609.
Okay. It's been moved by Ms. Jordan, supported by Ms. Seymour. Is there any discussion?
Well, first of all, we have to approve the ordinance, and then we introduce it.
That's what I did. I made a motion to approve the ordinance of natural law.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. I heard 1609, but that's not ready. We're not ready for that yet.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So any discussion? Hearing none, then I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we introduce ordinance 1609.
Support.
That's been moved by Ms. Jordan, supported by Mr. Frazier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Ward, we have another item here.
The second item deals with the current medical marijuana moratorium that is in place within the city. Originally, this moratorium was instituted back in 2010 when the medical marijuana law had first really been approved by the voters. We wanted to study the issue and see what type of police power we have with regard to medical marijuana. And we have continued to recommend, and this council has approved the extension of the moratorium. We've been trying to get some definitive case law within the state to really let local government know what their powers, their police powers are with respect to medical marijuana, especially in terms of zoning. There is a case that the Michigan Supreme Court just granted leave in the City of Wyoming, Michigan case. And in the City of Wyoming, they had banned all medical marijuana being distributed within the city under a zoning context, under the theory that marijuana was banned by the federal government, and therefore no zoning law was permitted to incorporate any type of substance banned by the federal government. The Court of Appeals reversed that ordinance, and now the Supreme Court has granted leave. We're anticipating that sometime in the fall, we would have a decision by the Supreme Court, and so our recommendation is that we extend this. Hopefully this is going to be the final extension, because we will have a decision from the highest court within the state on what the role of local government is with respect to medical marijuana. So on that basis, we're asking that it be extended until January 5th of 2014.
We need a motion, Ms. Jordan, and supported by Ms. Seymour. There's discussion, Mr.
Yeah, I have a comment. I know it's discussed heavily before I was even elected to council the first time, and I think this is about the third extension of the moratorium. I understand that in fall there should be a Supreme Court decision. Are we ready to move on it, or at least ready to have things going before council so that we can react as quickly as possible to resolve this once and for all?
Yeah, we actually had we had gone fairly deep into an analysis, and we had come up with a couple of districts within the zoning districts where maybe it could be permitted.
But there was a lot of discussion, and I think there was kind of a split amongst council, is that, geez, I don't really want it anywhere in the city, and I'd like to ban it. And so we knew that some of the cities were going in that direction, and so we've kind of watched it, so the council knows truly what their options can be here. And so I think we can move fairly quickly. We can then at least come to council and say, council, here are the parameters that you can now operate within. And if the decision is it can be outright banned, council may elect that, or council may say, no, within certain zoning districts we would permit it. And the planning department and the city attorney's office have really gone a long way and identified those districts and come up with some of the regulations. So I do think that it could happen fairly quickly.
So you hope that the City of Wyoming case hopefully resolves it once and for all, one way or another, and we'd be ready to tackle it?
Absolutely. It will tell us what the role of local government could be.
All right, thanks.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, we now move on to the clerk, treasurer, planner, assessor, engineer. And we have an application from Tara Sancta Pilgrimages for a charitable gaming license. Ms. Banks?
Yes, this request is for, for the organization to host a fundraiser. They are proposing to conduct a raffle on July 19th, 2013. All the funds raised will go directly to the support of their ministry. They are located at 29451 Greenfield Road. All the necessary documents have been presented. There is a representative that has been patiently waiting all night long to address your honorable body. If you would, like to recognize her. And the funds that they do raise from the raffle will be used to also offset their operational costs and financial support for tuition at Christian schools for families that cannot afford the cost. But she would be better to explain that.
Okay. We welcome you to come to the microphone, give your name and address for the record, but also please fill us in on the raffle and a little bit of your mission.
Sure. My name is Patricia Jean Grandy, and our office is at 29451 Greenfield. And our ministry has been there for the last 5 years. And, Terra Sancta means Holy Land. And so one of the major part of our ministry is taking pilgrims to the Holy Land. We work primarily through the Catholic Church, but we're open to anybody. We are not officially under the Catholic Church, so we have this civic designation. Besides for taking pilgrims over there, we do a lot of teaching. And so we go to different parishes, different schools, or whoever wants us to do PowerPoint presentations. So we do have an educational branch. And the Catholic tuition for those schools, those are some charitable projects that we do. We have children's sponsorships. There's other kinds of work like that comes up that we do. We just see ourselves as kind of a bridge to kind of very specific need that we address. And we've been operating strictly on donations for the last 5 years. I'm a full-time volunteer. I work with Father Alex Kratz. He volunteers his time. He's the head of the ministry. And almost everybody is a volunteer. So we do try very hard to keep operational costs down because, that is, how we don't have any plan for that except for our donations. But, it is getting harder. And because we do have a visitor coming in July who's going to be speaking at a couple local parishes. He's a priest from Jerusalem. And a lot of our pilgrims, in our little community know him. So we thought we would have an event and have a dinner. And that's why we had the idea of the raffle. Had two the cost of 2 pilgrimages from our agents that we deal with donated, so that we have the prize. That's the prize, is the 2 pilgrimages. And so we just want to offer it, and be able to raise some money. Oh, also, another reason why we need to do it too is the building that we're in on Greenfield has been foreclosed, and we do have to move. So, that is going to be an additional cost for us. So we're just hoping that we can, just raise whatever funds we can.
This dinner event that you're having is July 19th.
Correct.
And how does, if someone wanted to attend the dinner and participate in the raffle, what would they do?
Well, we can, they can contact us. I can leave contact information. We will be...
I can give contact information this evening. This
Sure.
will be replaced...
I see. Okay, thank you, yes.
Trying to help you.
Thank you very much, okay. Our office number is 248-423-3600. 248-423-3600. Or we do have a website, terrasantapilgrimages.org. And if they just go to the contact us, there'll be customer service that gets right to me. And so, yes, anybody would like to buy a dinner ticket or buy raffle tickets, definitely. The raffle tickets will be $10 each. So.
Okay. All right, council, we have a request for a license.
So moved to support.
It's been moved by Mr. Perkowski, supported by Ms. Jordan. Any discussion or further questions? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Your request.
Thank you.
Next, we have another request for a charitable gaming license. Ms. May?
Yes, this request is from, I believe it's pronounced Kadena. They are located at 15999 West 12 Mile, and they are a recognized nonprofit organization operating in Southfield, and they also will be conducting a charitable game. They also will be conducting a raffle in the city. This particular organization does provide programs and services to adults with chronic and persistent mental illnesses and to children from the ages of 3 to 18 years with serious emotional and behavioral disorder. Their event is scheduled for July 15th, 1 o'clock p.m. at the Franklin Hills Country Club on Inkster Road. And the fundraiser will provide operational funding for their program. Is there a representative present this evening?
Representative from Kadena?
No, there is no one present this evening for this request, but again, their event is July 15th.
Mr. Chairman, to the clerk, have you met with these people at all?
I do
know anything about them?
No, I do not know anything about them. I do know that they have been in the city of Southfield for many years, and I believe the last few years they have come before council and have requested.
Mr. Chairman, I also move the approval.
Been moved by Mr. Perkowski and supported by Ms. Jordan. I would like to, I'm disappointed that they're not here this evening. They do operate some group homes in Southfield, and there are some complaints about these group homes. And I was hoping to have the opportunity to talk a little bit about that with their representatives. The homes that I'm mentioning are in Sharon Meadows neighborhood, and the city administrator and the code enforcement is well aware of some of the issues. How these properties are being maintained has really nothing to do with the license, gaming license, but I want to bring that up.
Mr. Chairman, I think that there could be a letter sent to this individual or to the group stating that we would like to meet with them regarding their group homes, if possible, at a future community home.
Okay. But for right now, we have a request for a gaming license. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, it's been moved and supported. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, then Ms. Banks, the next item is yours.
Thank you. The next item before you, council, is the proposed precinct consolidation plan. At your June 3rd committee of the whole meeting, a proposed plan was presented to council. The plan presents a more equal balance of voters per precinct, equating to a cost saving in both personnel and equipment needing. The consolidated plan will reduce the current number of voting precincts from 43 to 36. It will trim the number of polling locations from 19 to 18. It will also reconfigure every single voting location currently in the city of Southfield and will eliminate those locations that presently have 3 precincts down to 2. All of the Birmingham and Oak Park school districts will be consolidated into one location, so we do not have to worry about this issue of, example, Birmingham and a Southfield ballot at the same location. And we are also recommending that, if approved by your honorable body, that this proposed plan will be effective January of 2014. This will allow us time to update our files, get everything, the street index updated, and also properly notify all the residents. This plan will result in a savings of approximately $25,000 per election for the city of Southfield, and we are recommending that your honorable body approve the consolidated plan and introduce an ordinance approving the plan this evening.
So moved. It's been moved by
Support.
Support by Mr. Moss. Is there any other discussion?
What are we doing?
We are approving a precinct consolidation plan that would take effect in 2014.
Just want to make sure we separate them.
So we're doing the precinct plan approval first, then the ordinance. So,
For those of us running for election in South, we've got new precincts to memorize
in 2014.
in 2014.
And thereafter, Ms. Banks is well known for communication on elections, so we trust that she has great plans to let everybody know. And a lot of this, Ms. Banks didn't mention, but a lot of this is because we have so many people now that are voting absentee. And this will, elections, while they're vital and we support them, they're also expensive. And we pay them to conduct them. So this will also be a cost-saving move that shouldn't really inconvenience anyone, but save the city some money. So with that, if there's no other discussions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Then we need an ordinance.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reintroduce ordinance number
1610.
1610.
Yes, that's correct.
Support?
Support.
Supported by Mr. Moss. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, council, and I'm also looking forward to each and every one of you helping us to spread the word once we get everything together.
Okay, then we have scheduling a joint meeting with the city council and the leadership of Providence Hospital for Monday, September 30th, 2013.
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Fracassi, supported by Mr. Fraser. All those in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Banks, can we add June 27th?
I think that would be a good idea to have the meeting at this time.
All right.
Support.
6:30.
7 o'clock.
We're going to have a special meeting.
Yes, you were scheduling it as a special meeting,
Correct.
which you were doing under the power of the council president under the charter, as opposed to scheduling it with council tonight.
Okay. So I can just do it then, huh?
You can just do it.
All right, consider it done. It's late.
This is committee of the whole.
No, it would be a regular meeting for purposes of review and adoption of the budget.
Televised and
Correct.
to the community.
Correct.
It will be
Correct.
televised.
Yes.
We will have regular items in addition to the budget, and if necessary, their study study items that could be after.
We'll have the annual budget video.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we've taken care of schedule. Last item is ordinances. We have enact ordinance.
Mr. President, I move we enact ordinance number 1607. Support. It's the amendment to Chapter 99 signs.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Sorry, who supported that motion?
Mr. Long.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, I will declare